Vamos lá. Não demoraremos hoje. Não demoraremos hoje. Hoje a gente tem que acabar com isso. Hoje, isso acaba hoje, pra valer. A gente tá aqui desde ontem com aquela stream de 8 horas. E a minha voz ainda está boa! Então conseguiremos continuar. Anteriormente, isso aqui é tipo a última stream dividida em duas partes, como se fosse as Relíquias da Morte. Anteriormente, em House Fata Morgana, tudo aquilo aconteceu. Entramos no mundo na época de quando a Morgana vivia e temos 3 dias sobrando até ela morrer. E podemos tentar mudar o final, mudar o que pode acontecer para que o futuro seja diferente. Você dormiu no final? É bom que a gente ainda está continuando. Então, Michel e Gisele, juntos, conseguem conversar com as pessoas a fim de conseguir as 2 chaves, tanto de Mel quanto de Yukimasa, para conseguir acesso à torre de observação. E no caminho aprenderam sobre o passado de cada um deles, para mostrar que eles não eram pessoas tão ruins assim. Talvez o Yukimasa seja um pouco mais ambíguo, mais cinza, porque o Yukimasa, no final das contas, é basicamente Saito Seijima. E você não sai de Ice Omnium Files pensando, nossa, o Saito até que tinha um ponto, não, assim, sabe, enfim. Vou colocar isso de fundo. Ah, sim, tá bom, peraí. Eu não tenho um jeito fácil de colocar isso de fundo, então eu vou colocar isso aqui. Peraí. Ok. Anteriormente, em House Fata Morgana, Michel e Gisele entram na época de Morgana para conseguir salvá-la. O objetivo? Fazer uma mudança no futuro e mudar a ideia dos 3 homens que mataram ela, para que ela não tenha a percepção da humanidade que ela tem durante o futuro. Para isso, Michel, com o acompanhamento de Gisele, consegue falar com as pessoas e conseguir convencer todo mundo que eles estão ali para fazer o bem. Começando com Mel, onde nós vemos o passado dele e vemos que tudo que ele faz é pela Nelly. Pegamos a primeira chave dele e logo depois conseguimos conversar com as pessoas e descobrir que a freira, na verdade, é Pauline e ela tem uma conexão com a Maria. Só que Yukimasa não vai entregar a chave tão fácil, só que nós somos resgatados logo no final. E com isso, conseguimos a segunda chave e descobrimos que Yukimasa, na verdade, também tem os seus próprios motivos para ter feito o que fez. E agora, estamos indo em direção à terceira chave. Precisamos convencer Jacopo para conseguir o nosso acesso, finalmente, à torre de observação e conseguir livrar Morgana de seu destino, de uma vez por todas. Vocês estão juntos comigo? Então vamos continuar a parte final do último capítulo de House Fata Morgana. Pessoal. Deixa eu só dar uma olhada no backlog aqui, porque eu só veio meio que no meio do negócio. Why would you ask such a question, mother? We're barely holding on as it is, my dear. It's not wrong to expect a little remuneration for our services. No, mother, it is wrong. Miracles are not to be bartered for. God the Father does not charge for his miracles. So why should we, when I am only borrowing his power? Listen to me, Morgana. Every time you give someone a blessing, you're hurting yourself. If not for the miracle itself, you still deserve some degree of compensation for the pain. I know you're concerned for me, Mother, and I appreciate it very much. But I'm happy with the way things are. I'm happy to be able to help others with my Heavenly Father's power. A power you won't have much longer, my dear, if we can't afford to keep ourselves fed. I'm a saint, aren't I? Yes, you're my sweet little saint. God will not forsake his saint. No matter how difficult it may get, he will always provide me a way to continue doing his work. And you're the mother of that saint, aren't you? Yes, that's right. I conceived you untainted by the hands of a man. And you must respect his will as well, mother. You must be our highest priority. You're right. I was wrong, my dear saint. Mother, you agreed with me. You said I was right. So why are you taking money from that man? Mother looks over as strange man shoved me into a carriage. The look in her eyes sends a chill down my spine. I see her lips moving. She doesn't actually say the words out loud, but I can make out every individual syllable. Because you're worthless to me. Welcome, daughter of God. You'll be performing miracles for me now. And if you cooperate, I can guarantee you live more than comfortably. Miracles are not something to be performed for one single person's benefit. What? Miracles are not magic or parlor tricks. They are a precious gift granted to me by my Father in heaven. Using his power for personal gratification is a grave sin. I will do no such thing. I entreat you to think long and hard about your actions. Do away with such selfish desires and dedicate yourself to helping the people. The power you have been given was bestowed upon you by the hand of God. It is not your power. He is merely allowing you to make use of it for a short time. Pride is a sin. Please consider how you conduct yourself. You're an ignorant, insolent child, aren't you? I bought you. You are my property. You have no right to an opinion. That is not my opinion. That is the way of the world as God. Silence! You're not here to talk. You're here to perform miracles for me and my guests. As I already told you, I will do no such thing. What you will and will not do is my decision, not yours. The Lord says with a sickening laugh, then grabs me by the hair and knocks me to the floor. I beg him to stop, but he isn't listening to a word I say. Cheers! The saint's blood and good fortune to all! I stare vaguely out of the crowd gathered for the Lord's blood feast. Every time he has guests, he throws another party, and every time he slices another part of my arms or legs open. It isn't long before they're an unsightly web of crisscrossing scars. The Lord sometimes has trouble deciding where to cut, but not out of any sense of sympathy for me. He simply thinks drawing blood from an untouched area of my body will make it more effective. The Lord strips me bare. Perhaps I'll use your stomach today, Saint. I should be able to get some nice pure blood from there. Stop this. Can you not comprehend that what you're doing is an affront to the Lord? I'm free to do what I wish with my property. Saint or not, you're no different than any of my slaves. The Lord is greatly displeased with your actions. Then use your miracle powers to deliver divine punishment on me. Go on. Can't do that, can't you? Your soul will be punished. You may not see the effects now, but you will pay for your sins one day. Ha! You know what a threaten is, you think you are buck naked, girl. Don't give me the look, girl. I have no interest in taking that from you. You'd be lucky to find anyone willing to lay with a girl covered in disgusting scars. Oh, wow. Eu não sabia que scroll wheel mexia isso aqui. All I can do is wait and endure day after day of torture and shame of the Lord searching for new places to stick his knife. My entire body, except for my face, is covered in reddish black wounds. Someone, anyone, help me. Get me out of here. Please, someone. Oh, Father, who art in heaven, I pray for you to lead me unto deliverance. Father, your trials, they are much too great. Morgana. That was much clearer than the first time I saw it. Everything she felt, her struggling, her sincerity, her pain, and her voice. It felt almost as though I was the one going through it all. Bored. I can understand why Morgana would bear such a powerful grudge against him, considering everything he did to her. Why would he do that, though? Is there some reason, some explanation for his actions? I'm thoroughly exhausted, like I've just spent the last several months having my blood drained again and again. My limbs feel like they have boulders tied to them. Just trying to get to my feet makes me dizzy. So cold. She's probably waiting for me by now. Should get going. I have to do this. Move, damn it. Fighting against my body's attempts to succumb to gravity with every step through sheer force of will, I make my way to the courtyard. Oh, there you are. Thank God you came. Sneaking onto church grounds is a bit unnerving, so if you... Are you alright? You look like you just came back from the dead. I'm fine. Thank you for coming. Now to continue our conversation from yesterday. Whoa, slow down. Who do you think you're convincing? You look about as fine as a fucking corpse. If you're not feeling well, we can always do some other time. Whoa, what happened to your hand? It's a minor injury. Nothing of any significance. Seriously, who do you think you're convincing, man? You can get around just fine without a few fingers. You gotta take yourself into consideration too. You can only run on raw determination for so long. And imagine how it makes me feel for a second. You asking to talk and showing up like act. If you want to get anything done, you've got to take care of yourself first. Head on back to your room and rest. Let's do this some other day, okay? Then you're feeling... I don't have that kind of time. Noon tomorrow. That's my deadline. I have to take care of everything before then. I know damn well what condition I'm in. But that doesn't change what I need to do. If I don't, I can't save Morgana. Can't get Giselle back. It makes it all more important that makes it all the more important you get your rest. And when do you suggest I do that exactly? Honestly, I don't get why you're in such a damn tizzy. Get a hold of yourself, man. I am plenty calm. You sure don't look it. You're already pushing yourself to the edge. I don't want to be responsible for giving you that last nudge. So quit bickering with me, get your ass back and get some rest. You don't understand the gravity of the situation. None of you do. You don't grasp how great an effect stopping what happens tomorrow will have. I have to keep moving, even if it means crawling through the dirt. If I don't, not only will I fail to make things better, Morgana's almost certainly got even worse fates in store for all of you, so long as her curse lives on. I'm the only one here who knows what awaits. That makes you, a prophet or something then? Not exactly, no. But in the terms of this time period, that would be the most apt description. Do you not believe me? Well, that is asking a lot. That's fine, you don't have to. But at the very least, I want you to believe that I genuinely believe something terrible is going to happen tomorrow if I don't do something. That I think I don't have time to waste. All I needed to do is tell me what you know. Could you do that for me? Assuming you actually are a prophet or whatever, why don't you just, get the hell out of town? say, fuck it, this is too much, and vanish into the night. No one's gonna blame you if you do. Hell, is anyone even gonna notice you did anything if you do succeed? I'm not in this for attention or praise. I cannot sit idly by knowing what I know. Seeing what has happened and what will. Knowing what Morgana went through, what she felt. I can't abandon her. Not anymore. I can't let my knowledge go to waste. While it is true that the mansion will continue to be wrapped in darkness so long as Morgana's curse remains in effect, and nothing can be put to rest until I do something about that, that's not my sole motivation anymore. I sincerely want to help Morgana. Giselle, this is what you meant when you told me you wanted me to save her. You seem like the kind of fellow who's always fretting about something or other. You don't know how to take it easy, do you? Though I guess, in a way, it's kinda why you can fight so hard, huh? Alright, you win. We'll talk. Anything you wanna know, I'll tell you. Thank you very much. But you sit your butt down fast. Okay. Morgana said that. She did. She described her 3 years there as one of the brightest periods of her life. Huh, who'd have thought? Damn, it's kinda really great to hear. Did she never tell you herself how she felt? She never really made much of an attempt to be part of the group. It was like she had those colossal walls all around her. I can see that. Yeah, so I always kinda felt like I never knew if I was sticking my nose in too far or not, you know? She appreciated what you and the other women did for her. After the raids 4 years ago, she ended up in the hands of a slave trader. As she was being transported, she said this with tears in her eyes. I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to people very dear to me. Well, damn. So is that, absolutely 100% exactly what she said? You're not just pulling out of your ass, are you? Those were her exact words, yes, as hard it may seem to believe. And I believe you. I'm just surprised is all. I mean, wow, yeah. If I'd known that was how she felt, maybe I could have been a little friendlier with her. You weren't friendly with her? Not especially. I mean, that's not to say I was cold or anything. It's just that all the girls kept a bit of distance from her. Not because we didn't like her, but because that's what it looks like she wanted. Some distance. None of us were really cut out of a caretaker gig. As much as we'd have loved to be some kind of mother figure for her, we just didn't have it in us. Who was closest to her? He's dead. The slave. Huh? What's this about the slave? There was a young man, a slave who participated in the revolt at the Lord's Manor, who saved Morgana's life. Ah, yeah, that's the guy. He was the closest of any of us to her, or at least he gave her the most attention. And he's 6 feet under. That's unfortunate. What can he do? People come and go, that's just the way of things. I thought that maybe if he were still alive, that would improve our chances of saving Morgana. Improve our chances? There's only one way about it. We smash the Lord's fucking skull in and take his key. That's not an option. Doing that will not alleviate her hatred. Would you be willing to accompany us when we go into the observation tower? Huh? Me? Why? I want you to be there to say something to her. I'll say whatever you want me to say once we've gotten her out of the tower. Don't you think being able to hear the voice of someone she cares for when she's finally set free would do more to pull her out of the darkness than anything else? That's all the more reason it can't be me. Why not? Like I've been saying, I was never that tight with her. I kept my distance. I can't do anything with the reasons you're giving for me for why she's so full of hatred. I have no other options though. Actually, while I doubt they'll do much in the way of getting rid of her grudge, there is something I was supposed to give her, but never got the chance. Oh? It's nothing special. Just a rinky-dink little necklace. But if you get the chance, would you mind giving it to her? If anyone, that should come from you. It's not from me. It was supposed to be from the slave. He got it from her as a birthday present, but that was the day the brothel got raided. So yeah, that's the story. Make sure she gets it, would you? Okay, I will. Thanks, man. Well, now that's out of the way, I should split. Best of... There you are! You went in your room and was worried sick. What are you two doing here? You're going to talk to the Lord tonight, right? So... There's a chance I might be able to set the Sanctus free. No way am I going to miss that. Yes, why you're here? That's... and to say goodbye. I want for them to make reparations as soon as the girl's released. Do you feel the same way, Nelly? If Mel tells me he wants to, then I won't stop him. But he was threatened, so if it's possible, I don't think there's any need for him to rush to be punished. I don't want to lose my brother. Surely there are other ways he can atone. That's reasonable. I do feel guilty about what he was put through. It's not your fault what he did. Anyway, I'm really anxious about tonight, but I'm sure it'll all turn out fine. You'll make it work, won't you, dearest Michelle? I'll do my best. Oh, come on! You've gotta act confident! Take care of my Mel for me too. He's very fragile, so handle him with care. Like a big old box of china. Is it really that fragile? As for me, if it looks like he's going to do anything he shouldn't, just stop him for me. I wish I could be there to do it myself, but, well, he insists only the people directly involved should be there, and I want to respect that. I was never going to allow anyone to get hurt anyway. That's good, thank you. He and the Lord may have caused the girl a great deal of pain, but I still don't want anyone to get hurt. Some people deserve it, and I say let them have it. Now, Maria, don't be like that. You're the weird one, little Miss Perfect. Go around letting everyone off the hook for everything, and the whole damn world's gonna come falling down around you. He did what he did for me, though. And the Lord? He's only in it for his own profit. Much as he says it benefits the city, it still comes around to his own pockets. The Lord's not a bad man, though. Yeah, I've heard it 1,000 times. No one's a bad person in your eyes and all. Now, can we please try to keep things civil? Ah, yeah, sorry, bad habit, I know. I'll talk a lot of rocks, but I don't really mean half of it. I do think he's much better than the old Lord, though. Hold on a second. What did you just say? He's better than the old... When did the current Lord take his place? 4 years ago? What? Morgana was 9 years old when she was at the Lord's Manor. 7 years ago. Maria, were you ever at the Lord's Manor at any time 7 years ago? Nah, I was never hired by anyone there. Then when? You didn't have any interaction with the Lord 7 years ago. Ah, now it all makes sense. How did I not consider this possibility sooner? I know what kind of man he is, and I know the people he had around him. Maria, is the slave actually dead? Ooh. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense. You'd better have a damn good reason for this. I came by because you said you had something important to discuss. Now, gotta tell me who the hell this white-haired man is and what he's doing here. You neglected to mention we'd be having company. I'm the one who asked to arrange this meeting with you. Salvo o jogo, vai ter... Ok, vai ter a opção... Quick option. Não me importo muito de... Só dar um skip nos negócios, mas ok. Ah, era o Michel que falou aquilo ali. Enfim. And who the hell would you be? Is an angel. Or a prophet. What? Did you both finally snap under the pressure? I'll leave it for you to decide what you think I am. I will say, though, that I know everything. I know you got a girl in prison in the observation tower, and I know you're taking her blood and calling in medicine, passing out at the church. Which one of you squealed? No one told him anything. I just knew. He knows everything, including my deepest desires and what happens in my next life. He's probably peering into your soul this very moment. You've completely lost it, I see. Well, how you got your information doesn't matter. All I need to know is this. What are you hoping to gain from it? Wealth? My downfall? What? Morgana's freedom. I want you to give me your key, and then I want you to tell me your story. I've come here from the future, from a world after Morgana's death. Her soul courses with hatred for the three of you, and she's placed a curse of eternal suffering on your souls. Has everyone at this damn table gone mad? Did you seriously think I would believe that nonsense? Don't interrupt me. My objective is not so much to rescue Morgana's physical body from the tower, but to save her soul from an eternity of loathing. I can't achieve that on my own, however. Because I am not from this time, I've had no direct interaction with her or anyone else here until just recently. In order to make her have a change of heart, I need to gather the truth from the people who are from this time. And I suspect that you hold the last piece of the puzzle. The biggest piece. That you have a far deeper connection with Morgana than anyone else here. No, I'm all but certain of it now. Your perspective is crucial to accomplishing my goal. Tell me your whole story, please. How you ended up capturing and imprisoning Morgana. What you thought and felt along the way. Her truth will get through to her, I know it. That will be the turning point in all this. Her curse will be no more, and we will all be returned to the paths you were meant to walk. Everyone will have their salvation. Someone throw this madman out! I won't do it. Neither will I. Damned worthless cuss! All for the Garston. Who do you think I am exactly? I'm the lord of this land. Under ordinary circumstances, I'd never be so much that's a ding to speak with you, lowly peasant. Now get out of my sight, or I'll take it as an act of aggression. You find yourself without a head. In this room right now, you're not a lord. You're a lone man. Until you hand over your key, we're not letting you leave. And you'll find there aren't any guards for you to call. We're all alone on this estate. The preoccupation with staying none of sight played right into our hands. I accept your defeat, Lord. We've already agreed to set the witch free. Cowardly worms. Ironic, coming from you. I didn't think you'd turn cold quite so eagerly. The nun and your kid sister are in on it too, I take it. We were only working for you. We never felt any sort of allegiance to you. Loyalty founded on what one has to gain or lose is far more resilient than uncertain, fluctuating feelings. But it would appear this white-haired man shattered that foundation. How long have you been colluding with Anka? I arrived in Azera 2 days ago. What? 2 days? In just 2 days you got these worms dancing for you. They are not dancing for me. I merely spoke with them and they listened. You're a disturbed man. You couldn't possibly have won these two over in a mere 2 days. He's no ordinary man. As we've said, he knew everything. While I was talking to him, it felt like he was looking directly into my soul. He's definitely an unusual one, yeah. It felt like he's known me for my whole life, even though he just showed up out of nowhere 2 days ago. I didn't believe what he was saying at first, but he knew things he couldn't possibly know. My secret wish, something I've never told anyone before. I don't know what kind of tricks you're playing, but now I know why I've never seen you around. If you'd been walking around the city for longer, sticking your nose where it didn't belong, I would have taken notice sooner or later. Heh, I'm impressed. In only 2 days, you managed to convince them both to betray me and set me up. I am indeed the one in charge of this operation. So if it's the wish you're after, I'm the obvious target, yes. And the 2 dogs there surely have some pent-up rage. So I take you're going to tie me up and torture me until I tell you what you want to know. That's not a bad idea. What do you say? Give me the word and his ropes. But wait! We're great with what's getting rough. I have no interest in solving this problem with violence. We are here to uncover the truth. We didn't exchange blows, only words. Anyway, if we're going to beat it out of him, we'll have done so as soon as he walked through the door. We discussed this beforehand. We're only talking. No one's getting into any fights. Physically or verbally. That's right. Well, it looks like I've got no way out, so you've got me. I surrender. Take my key. Go open the tower doors. What? That was easier than expected. Your key is not important right now. Your perspective is what I seek. Why did you make it so the lock required 3 keys? 1 person is more than adequate for the job, so why split it 3 ways? Is that any of your concern, Kerr? Was it because it was too much weight to bear alone? You didn't actually want to imprison Morgana, did you? Something, somewhere went wrong. You backed yourself into a corner and couldn't escape. I'm done listening to you. Am I right or am I wrong, Lord? Or should I say, Jacopo? Jacopo? That isn't his name. Jean-Francois Barnier. That's Lord Barnier to you, you insolent child. You seem to be a bit confused. I am son of the house of Barnier, which means I'm royalty. No, you are not. I don't know how you came to start calling yourself Barnier, but there's not a drop of royal blood flowing through your veins. The slave revolt at the Lord's Manor 7 years ago. You were there, weren't you? During the revolts, you helped Morgana escape. That's right, you saved her life once. That was you. You were the slave from 7 years ago. Slave. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Me? A slave? Like hell, a former slave could become royalty. You did it though. You went from slave to lord. Enough! I don't know who's filling that white-haired head of yours with this dribble, but I'm done listening to it. Say another word and I'll throttle you myself. Keep slandering my name, I dare you! O último capítulo ainda tem plot twist. Maria told me the slave from back then was dead. She didn't mean it literally though. She meant he wasn't who he used to be anymore. Maria, you've been talking to her too? Because she was afraid if Morgana found out, it would only serve to throw her deeper into despair. The man who had once saved her was now responsible for keeping her imprisoned. He is not work. I said I've had enough. I need your perspective. There's more to the story, I'm certain of it. I refuse to believe you acted only for your own benefit, only to cause her pain. You want the key so damn badly, then take it! Set the witch free, I don't give a damn! But if you will say another word, I'll rip your fucking tongue out! Again, the key is not what I need right now. I need your story. Are you deaf or just an imbecile? Your perspective is crucial to saving Morgana's soul. Enough. When you were a slave, you helped Morgana escape from the Lord. Silence. And you spent the next 3 years with her. Just one more fucking word, I swear to God. So how do you end up here? How did a boy from 7 years ago go from saving her to locking her up and stealing her blood? There's no excusing your actions, no. But please, I need you to tell me how you got to this point. Enough! Michelle! The next thing I see is a dagger in his hand pointed at me. I reflexively try to push myself out of the path of his charge with my dominant hand, which sends a jolt of excruciating pain up my right arm. Ugh. I'll rip your fucking head off! The Lord swings his arm up, and the necklace spills from my pocket, making a metallic clink as it hits the floor. When he sees it, his eyes go wide for a brief moment. Of course, I'm just as lockjawed as him. Oh, what the hell is going on? Why am I looking at a familiar cloud of inky black darkness? There's no one to answer my question though, and no time to think about it either. I have to make a decision, right now. Ok, eu acho que aqui talvez seja o melhor lugar pra salvar. Lógico, foi o único até agora que falou palavrões. Não, a Maria falou também. The Lord, dagger raised, is quickly approaching. Off to the side, the cloud of darkness is expanding. Reach into the darkness. I reach my hand into the darkness that's spreading from the necklace, and as soon as I do... What the hell is this? What's that black stuff? The blackness swells, consuming us all. No, stop! What? What is this? Don't make me watch this! His shouts fade into the distance, and my mind and body is swallowed up entirely. It's the same thing that happens whenever Giselle and I open a door. The same darkness I've gated into again and again and again and again in the cursed mansion. The house that exists outside reality. Far off into the distance, I can see a gentle light, like a hole ripped out of the darkness. Green grass and colorful flowers rustling in the wind. I don't understand. The darkness was never present in the past. It was, as I thought, a phenomenon restricted to the realm of the dead. So what is it doing here? But even my questions are, in short order, swallowed up by the void. Soon my body ceases to retain its form, leaving only my consciousness to view the sights, sounds, and emotions of someone's past. I become an observer, as I have many times before. I'm staring into a pair of ruby red eyes, open wide with shock. Recall snapping at him, insulting him, but I don't remember what I said. Nor do I remember how he responded. É o Lost tá falando isso. Nor do I remember how he responded. All I know is that a wave of shining blackness appeared out of nowhere, washing me away. I'm powerless, helpless, hopeless. My young mind sucked into it like a whirlpool. Young? My young mind? Oh, for Christ's sake, you got to be kidding me. Why, for the love of God, why am I being made to look back at this part of my life? The miserable, stupid, fucking romantic I once was. Why am I turning back into the boy I tried so hard to forget? Where did this absurd black smoke come from, and why can't I get out of it? If it's that white-haired man who's doing this for me, then he's not an angel or a prophet. He's the goddamn devil himself. But all my questions, my confusion, my frustration, everything that composes my present is superseded by that darkness, wisping away into nothing. Whoa. Oh shit. To be blunt, the world's a small place. There's an unimaginable amount of it out there, but you won't ever get to see a minuscule fraction of that. And that goes doubly so for us. The poor barely get a chance to see any of it at all. As primeiras palavras vão ser a mais pura verdade. Small place. And those who were born into affluence, well, they have no idea just how small our world really is. I never yearned for the world outside what I knew. I more coveted it, a splash of spite mixed in. I wanted to claw my way up the mountain, knock all the bosses down who had never seen what it was like at the bottom. If I made it high enough, I could do anything. I would have complete freedom. If that sounds like a childish fantasy to you, well, you'd be right. That's exactly what it was. There you are. You spend so much time in the graveyard that one of these days someone's going to think you're a gravekeeper, or maybe a grave robber. I can understand a gravekeeper, but I take offense at the suggestion I look like a grave robber. I'm praying for the souls who have no one to see them off. The girl named Morgana turned around to face me. Though I'd known her for some time, I rarely ever looked her in the eyes. Her face was almost always concealed beneath a dark hood, revealing only the tip of her nose and sometimes her lips. Honestly, I don't get it. Why do you care so much? These are the souls that have no one else to pray for them. At the best, they may have get a bit of lip service from a priest once or twice. It's our responsibility to offer a helping hand to the sick and the poor. I acho que a Morgana falando isso. To pray for the abandoned souls. What I don't get is why you need to pray for the dead at all. You're just bags of bones. I hope you enjoy an eternity, hell blasphemer. Hey, that wasn't called for. I'm just joking, obviously. You take black humor to a new level. Morgana gave me a cold shrug and turned away. She never faced anyone head-on for very long, and she had a perfectly good reason for it. It wasn't because she disliked me or anything. Don't think, anyway. About 3 years earlier, something had happened that had caused large patches of flesh to fall off her face. Supposedly, she had looked fine before then, but I only knew her as she was at that time. The rest of her body was covered in wounds as well, but applying ointment to them had reduced her scarring significantly. Her face, though, showed no signs of recovery. A close friend of mine, a prostitute, said she thought it might be a psychological thing, but regardless, I continued applying the ointment to Morgana's face. Hey, come on, don't turn away from me. I know you can hear me. I brought ointment, so let me put it on you. It's a waste of time. You don't know that. Your arms look much better than before. It won't be long before your face starts healing too. The ointment isn't free. You're wasting your money. It's my money. I can use it however I please, so just shut up and let me do this. You're a very obnoxious man, you know. What was that? You want me to rub it in your real hard, huh? Fine. The forlorn graveyard as a backdrop. A young man applied salve to a girl's raw... peraí. Ok. Shit, ok. Tava falando tudo errado. The forlorn graveyard as a backdrop, a young man applied salve to a girl's raw, exposed flesh. It was quite possibly the least romantic sight in the world. I would have, at the very least, preferred a somewhat more pleasant location. As the thought fluttered through my mind, I let out a defeated laugh, and I could soon feel her glaring at me. Ah, não, tá, entendi. Ok. Morgana could be a bit standoffish, but honestly, é odiar com o Morgana mesmo. But I don't mind. For her, this was actually quite sociable, in fact. When I first met her, she didn't act her age at all, but now she was starting to show signs of the 12-year-old girl hidden inside. 3 years prior, when I met Morgana, she had been the victim of unspeakable abuse at the hands of the Lord. I didn't know why he had done those things to her, and I didn't ask either, because I knew doing so would only reopen old wounds. All I knew was that the Lord was so far gone as a human being as to brutally torture a 9-year-old girl. At that time, the only thing that ever seemed to come out of her mouth was the word of God. Everything she said or did was ostensibly for the benefit of others, but it felt to me more like she was acting out of some sort of sense of duty rather than genuine concern. Honorable, but ultimately hollow. I much preferred this Morgana. Even if she could be a bit jaded. What are you hoping to get out of repairing my face? I'm not trying to get anything, I just wanted to heal up. And here I thought you were going to try and make me work at the brothel. How many times do I have to tell you I'm not going to make you be a prostitute? What other reason could you have for wanting my face to get better? Because I want to see it. Isn't that enough? Just so we're clear, that wasn't me hitting on you, okay? The thought never occurred to me. She felt quiet, sitting there motionless as I rubbed ointment into her face. Her skin beneath my thumb was rough and unpleasant to the touch, and honestly, rather stomach-turny. It was hard to imagine her face would ever heal. What I'd said about wanting to see her face was true, but what I wanted more than anything was for her to be able to live a relatively more normal life. I hope you're prepared to be let down if I ever do heal. That possibility is just part of the fun. You have as much tact as a worm. No tact and bad taste. I'm a real winner. It's a wonder no one throttles you in your sleep. Being a guy, of course, I would have been pleased if she had turned down pretty with her face healed. For her life was guaranteed to be easier than now, no matter what she looked like. Eita porra, Ultra High Resolution... Ah não, eu tava só muito zoom mesmo. Vocês deixariam? Ele é mó gatão, hein? Damn. A Morgana também. Tá bom, olha só. Veja esses lindos cabelos. That was what really mattered, ultimately. I could only imagine how hard it was to have your life turned completely upside down at the age of 9. A large portion of us in the slums had our share of misfortune, but hardly any of them stacked up to what Morgana had to bear. She had no parents. When I asked about her mother, she got engaged with me, so I assumed she'd been sold off. When I asked about her father, though, she just pointed up at the sky, which I took to mean he was dead. A young girl, no family, sent off all on her own to some strange land, somewhere along the line, ending up in the Lord's cruel grasp. Misfortune felt like an understatement, if anything. That said, it wasn't just out of pity that I gave Morgana so much of my attention. The other reason, though, well, she'd probably go ruining if I told her. Assim, ele assumindo que tá morto é o normal. Ela aponta pra cima assim, aí ele... Ok. Morgana também é uma albina e deixaram ela sofrer no sol e ficou assim? Não sabemos. Acho que não. Acho que é... O pessoal fala que... Porque, primeiramente, isso aí aconteceu quando ela tava sendo presa. Tava presa dentro do lugar lá do Lorde e tal. Então, não era por causa do sol. Acho que é algum outro motivo. O pessoal fala que talvez seja algo psicológico. Hell, I wanted to hit myself over the head. I'll still be your friend if you turn out to be the ugliest girl in the city. You should be grateful. How is it you haven't managed to chase off everyone in your life yet? I act like a decent guy around other people. I do my best to fit in. And why are you such a dolt around me? Just doing my best to fit in? So you're saying this is my fault? Everyone could use a thorn or two. Makes them more exciting. You especially. Okay, that should be everything. Does it sting anywhere? Not particularly, no. Alright. Oh, also, finish up here and get back to Maria soon. Unless you'd rather I drag you there. Why? Seriously? It's your damn birthday, that's why. And? What do you think, dimwit? She wants to celebrate. Get back there soon, okay? I'm planning to drop by too. Okay? Okay. She gave a sheepish nod, which was honestly kind of cute, but of course I couldn't say that. So I shrugged my shoulders, feigning exasperation, and turned to leave. Once, I might have offered to accompany her back to the brothel, but Morgana never seemed keen on the idea of walking anywhere with me. Maybe she was afraid of grown men after what had happened to her at the Lord's Manor. Or maybe she just didn't want me to be seen with someone who looks like her. So, hey, I thought you were leaving. One day, I'll show you the world. Peraí. Eu não sei quem tá falando o quê. I won't get my hopes up. Eu acho que é a Morgana que é o segundo. Ok. So, hey, I thought you were leaving. One day, I'll show you the world. I won't get my hopes up. Get your hopes up, damn it! I said with a soft chuckle, and then I took my leave. I had every intention of making good on that promise, and I had more than enough reason to believe I could. 3 years back, there was a slave revolt at the Lord's Manor. That's not quite accurate, though, because while I was partly responsible for inciting the riots, I wasn't actually a slave. The local lord was spoken of in whispers as the second coming of the great tyrant of old. The people were constantly grumbling about how he seemed to treat the land like his own personal playground, exploiting everything and everyone on it for his own amusement. When enough stress and resentment builds up in a contained space, all it takes is a little shove from the outside to bust. And that was our plan. Me and a number of other dissatisfied citizens gathered together to pop that bubble and give the Lord a taste of how we felt about him. With the help of a slave trader, I infiltrated the Lord's Manor. I'd known slaves weren't treated well, but seeing it for myself, I thought most of those people would have been happier having been born as a dog or a cat, and owned by someone who actually had a heart. It was revolting, a flagrant injustice. Broadly speaking, there are two types of people who see injustice in the world. The first are those that have everything, who sit unchallenged at the top of the world, looking down on the less fortunate with pity. The second are those with nothing, who wish to overthrow the entire system, keeping them down. Should come as no surprise that I fell in the second camp. Once I was inside, I went around the manor telling all the slaves about our plan. Most of them had long since lost the will to fight, but with enough assurance there were people on the outside ready and wanting to help, glimmers of hope had started to return to their eyes. Finding out they weren't alone, that they weren't helpless anymore, had an incredible effect on their morale. And once the slaves were convinced, the revolt began. It ended up being much larger in scale than I had imagined, and many lost their lives in the process, but the majority of them managed to escape. Naturally, the slaves couldn't stay in the city, so I directed them to people waiting outside who would take them to another city or a neighboring country. I had neither the money nor the power to guarantee them a good life on the outside, but it hardly mattered to them. Everyone was sure that wherever they ended up would be better than staying, and I prayed that would be the case. It was during the revolt that I saved Morgana. I would have sent her off somewhere else like all the other slaves, but she was in so dire condition when I found her that she could hardly even move on her own. She had been sapped of all her willpower. So I brought her to a brothel where a friend of mine worked and asked her to take Morgana in. My companions and I reveled in the revolt's success. It wasn't enough for an accomplishment to have any real political implications, but we still felt like heroes. Drunk on victory, we started talking about going bigger, starting a full-on revolution. Once the elation passed, though, we realized there wasn't much more we could do. Even if we did manage to start a large enough uprising to kill the Lord, we were only peasants. Not only did we not know the first thing about ruling, the other counts would never acknowledge our authority anyway. We'd pretend to be in control until the next in line showed up, and that would be the end of that. So we just ended up sitting on our thumbs, no way to do anything about our discontent. Skip forward to about a month before Morgana's birthday. One day, a middle-aged woman approached me. I had never met her before, but she had a wavy hair that reminded me a great deal of my own. Looking me straight in the eye, the woman said, "I was also made servant for the Barnier estate. They've done their best to keep it secret, but I had a child with the previous lord, and that child is you." The revelation came completely out of the blue. According to her, I had royal blood, and if it could convince the lord of that, I would become royalty. Furthermore, she, as my alleged mother, could return to her old life at the manor. The woman urged me to take action, to meet the lord, reveal my lineage, and reclaim my rightful place at the Botnia House. I will no longer be a poor peasant living in the slums. I will have a comfortable life. I obviously wasn't going to agree on the spot. Her story was so blatantly dubious I needed some time to think on it. If she was telling the truth, though, it could transform our revolution from a dream into a reality. We wouldn't be restricted to inciting inconsequential uprisings. I could seize power legitimately and make some actual change. So I asked the woman to give me some time to consider. Have you decided what you're going to give her? That was the very first thing I heard when I stepped through the back door of the brothel. Maria, a short blonde-haired prostitute and good friend of mine, flashed me a devilish smirk. I bought a necklace as per your suggestion. Girls appreciate that sort of thing, don't they? Most do. Ah, peraí. Um momento. And show. Girls appreciate this sort of thing, don't they? Us too. They've got a taste for knives and all such pointy things. I doubt she was much interested in those, though. Sometimes I wonder if you're actually a girl. Anyone could see that Maria and I were close, but our relationship was strictly platonic. Of course, given her line of work, it was unavoidable that most people thought otherwise. And honestly, it irritated me every time someone suggested we were anything more than friends. People have this annoying, short-sighted tendency to assume that just because a guy and a girl are friendly, they must be intimate. It didn't matter that she was a girl, I only thought of her as a friend. And as best as I could, that's all she thought of me as well. Maria and I first met when we were children. Even at that age, she was already a prostitute, myself, a petty thief. We were both incredibly lucky to have survived to adulthood with only ourselves to watch each other's backs. It's possible the only reason either of us maintained the willpower to survive this long was because we had each other to bitch about life, to when things got bad. So, is today the day? Are you finally gonna tell her how you feel? Excuse me? Tell her how I what? Don't be coy. You know exactly what, and it's about time you manned up and told her. I think you've got a better chance than you think. Do I need to remind you how old she is? 12, as of today. Practically an adult. I was knee-deep in dick at that age. You're comparing her to you? The longer you hold off so you stop, the more difficult it becomes. Break a leg! Power's gonna be in the back, so there won't be any customers around to interfere. Alright. I chilled over what Maria had said as I watched her disappear down a brothel corridor. She wasn't wrong. She wasn't overanalyzing. I did indeed have special feelings for Morgana. Women seem to have this strange, somewhat terrifying ability to read people's minds, and Maria was a prime example of that. I had never once so much as suggested to anyone I might think anything of Morgana, but Maria had somehow managed to pick up on it almost immediately. Fortunately, she didn't seem particularly bothered by the fact, though if anyone else were to find out, I could only imagine the looks it would get. I mean, Morgana was 12 and I was 22. That wasn't normal. I never felt this way about anyone else that young either. Jacopo, qual é o seu canal no YouTube? Fala pra gente aí. Any other girl Morgana's age just looks like another kid to me. So why was she any different? She was covered in scars, and every other time we met, she would tell me to go to hell, and she refused to walk anywhere with me. And no matter how much ice I broke, I could never seem to get all the way through. Yet still, the world felt like it was just a little bit better a place when it was with her. Maybe want to see her smile, no matter how grotesque her face. How would I even go about saying it, assuming I actually did? Even if her face still isn't healed in 4 years, I'll take you as my life partner, Morgana. God, no, that's terrible. There has to be a better way to put it. Now I was getting stressed out, and it was all thanks to Maria. This was supposed to be a day of celebration, not of fretting over stupid personal matters. Not long after I arrived at the brothel and made my way to the back room, Maria had a handful of other unoccupied girls show up. And a handful of other unoccupied girls showed up. Morgana, who was supposed to be the guest of honor, was even more reticent than usual. The prostitutes chatted amongst themselves about work in unabashedly graphic detail, trading info on which customers were good and which customers were bad, all the while Morgana looking incredibly uncomfortable. You guys think you could maybe change the subject? Like we have anything else to talk about? Making the birthday girl want to hide in a corner defeats the whole purpose, don't you think? Oh no, peraí. Making the birthday girl want to hide in a corner defeats the whole purpose, don't you think? Oh no, don't mind me. That's everything I want to talk about. Morgana said almost in a whisper, her head downturned. At least it's something then. The cookies are barely sweetened and dry as rocks, but they're edible. Jacopo, you little bitch! You've got some stones to shit talk my cookies in my face. Stop it, Maria. Stop throwing things at me. The other girls cackled as Maria and I bickered, hoping it might have elicited a reaction from Morgana as well. I snuck a glance over at her, but she remained expressionless. You are right about one thing though. This is Morgana's day, so let's change the subject. Maria said with a little laugh, having hurled everything within arm's reach at me. Like I said, I don't have anything to talk about. Sure you do, just have to look a little harder. Not saying you have to reminisce for us, it can be anything. Let's see, it's an idea? Are there any guys you got your eyes on? I spilled my tea all over the table. There is. And then I started choking. What? Seriously? Holy shit! Who is it? Tell me. Who's the lucky guy? God. Everyone fell silent. Maria gave me a sympathetic look and I knew exactly what she wanted to say. Sorry, kid. You ain't nothing on God. You got nothing on God, asshole. If you're gonna dream, dream big, right? Yeah, I get where you're coming from. Finding out after the all-powerful, all-knowing God. I'm with you. You bald-faced liar. The grace may be a hell of a lot green up there, but it's a bit far, don't you think? You're better off setting for the weeds down here. Did she just imply I'm a weed? Maria looked over and gave me a wide grin at the sight of me grind my teeth, then continued. Say, the young man over. Wait, stop right there. Don't say another word. Oopsie, me and my big mouth. I almost did your job for you. Damn it, Maria. It was not good. Like hell I was going to let her corner me into saying it here. I stole a glance at Morgana, but her gaze was locked on her knees. I couldn't see what, if any, kind of a reaction she was having. Morgana, what she was trying to say is that I have to go. What? I have to go to the bathroom. Sure. Morgana got up from her chair and left the room in silence. I imagine I was making a rather flaccid expression because as soon as Morgana was gone, Maria began cackling like a madwoman. My reply was a nearest object, courtesy of my throwing arm. Loser! How hard is it to just say it? Would have been easier if you hadn't cornered me like that. You think I believe you would have done it without a little nudge? I would have. Eventually. Eventually I'm gonna cut it. Now's the right time. Don't worry, and the girls won't make fun of you for getting your rocks off to the little girls. That's not the reason I like her. Besides, I would wait at least 4 years before. Doesn't mean you can't tell her now. I think it would do wonders, really. She's, so I think knowing if someone cares about her will lighten the load a bit. When she comes back, give her the necklace and tell her how you feel. And if she turns you down, we can all have a good laugh about it. Except you, I guess. Maria and a few other girls chuckled. As uncomfortable as she was making me feel, she had a point. Regardless of whether Morgana reciprocated my feelings or not, there was a good chance that just putting them out there would help in breaking down the walls she had built in her heart. And maybe one day, I would actually be able to see her smile. I'll do it, I'll tell her. It didn't matter if I came out looking like a loser. It didn't matter if Morgana wasn't interested in me that way. What mattered was that she knew someone accepted her, regardless of her appearance of the things she had been through. And if, by some chance, there really was royal blood flowing through my veins, then I could make good on my promise to show her the world. I could put an end to her life of poverty and abuse, replace it with one of comfort and wealth. I could buy her even better medicine, something that could actually heal her face. If I truly were royalty, I could do so much more for her. Makes it sound like I want to be some kind of fairy tale hero or something. But honestly, I wouldn't have minded that. If I was going to make her happy, to wipe away all the past misfortune, why couldn't I make it a little dramatic? It wasn't usually my style, but in this case, I wouldn't have subjected to a storybook ending. This, though. No, this wasn't the kind of story I was hoping for. The heavy curtains separating the guest rooms had been torn to shreds, and they were splattered with blood. A man, apparently caught without enough time to defend himself, lay splayed out naked and on a bed, his empty eyes fixed on the ceiling. The whole area reeked of blood. All I could do was stare stupefied at the carnage. What the hell? Why, how could this happen? My dumbfounded muttering went unanswered, though. The few who were still alive could no better make sense of the incomprehensible massacre than me. The sudden, arbitrary upheaval of our world, the inexplicable, inescapable reality. Shortly after Morgana stepped out, I heard a woman scream from the front of the brothel. Next, a man shouting. At first, I assumed it was one of the customers losing his temper over something, but the tone of the scream seemed somehow off or something like that. It wasn't long before the noise had escalated to alarming levels, so I dashed toward the source of the shouting. A good dozen men, bandits, or maybe thieves, they seemed more organized, had raided the brothel. They slaughtered all the customers, stripping them of any valuables, and they tied up the girls, killing any who resisted. The first thought that rose up to my panicked mind was that I needed to find Morgana. I needed to get her out of there, no matter what. I couldn't let her birthday turn into a tragedy. She had already been through enough, and I had to make sure she didn't suffer any further. I had to make her life into something good. I searched and I searched, but there was no sign of Morgana anywhere, until suddenly, something seemed to crash into me from behind, causing me to stagger. It took me a few seconds for the pain to set in, which is when I looked down to see the tip of a blade sticking out of my gut. Blood streamed along the metal surface, and there were little bits of flesh caught on the edges. I turned around just in time to see the man holding it kick me away. And before I had time to process what was happening, I hit the floor and lost consciousness. If I were a hero, I could have surely eradicated all the violent intruders in the blink of an eye, saving everyone. Protected that which I wanted to protect. Not had to lose anything. But I was a mere boy. A weak boy, helpless against a few robbers. A useless boy, unable to protect anyone. When I woke up, Maria was kneeling over me, sobbing. No sign of the tough, foul-mouthed girl I knew. Aside from her, there were 2 other girls, also crying, leaving only 4 survivors. Apparently I wasn't dead. Looking down, I saw my bare stomach wrapped in the blood-soaked bandages. The brothel lay in ruins, a bloody pile of torn bedding, clothes, and bodies. I made my way back to the front, and all I could do was stare stupefied at the carnage. What the hell? Why? How could this happen? Sim, como sempre. My dumbfounded muttering went unanswered though. Maria stood beside me, quietly rubbing her trembling arms. Where's Morgana? I couldn't find... Where's Morgana? I couldn't find her. Why not? I'm sorry. I looked everywhere, but I couldn't find her. I'm so sorry. I wanted to say I wasn't blaming her, but I couldn't find the words. If I had the power, I could have prevented this from happening. What kind of power would I have needed, though? The physical strength to overpower the thieves? No, I needed to think bigger. If I weren't a peasant, but someone of real influence and import, no one would dare stand up to me. No petty thieves would ever even consider a raid on me. And I would have the power to punish anyone who tried. But regardless, this would have never happened at all. I was supposed to give Morgana a good life, to show her the world, to make her smile. If only I had power. Absolute, unflinching power. If I had climbed to the top of the ladder when the chance was offered to me, this all could have been avoided. If only I had asserted my place as royalty a month earlier, as a woman who claimed to me to be my mother had urged me to. I wanted power. The power to keep everything I cared about safe. The power to change this damned world. The power to stop those filthy thieves. The power to keep her by my side. I wanted power. I heard about the attack on the brothel and that you were hurt. I'm so glad to see you're well. About a week after the raid, I went to see the woman who professed to herself my mother. As you would expect of someone who had served the Lord Lord's manor, she was very elegant and graceful. The shack where she stayed, though, was a shabby, drab place with bare wattle and daub walls. You were concerned about my safety? Of course. Show me a mother who is not always concerned about her child's safety. Says the woman had never seen it till a month ago. Physical distance has no barrier on a mother's love, she said with a soft smile. Age had clearly begun taking its toll on her, but I could see hints of former beauty. If you had gone to speak with the Lord and revealed your lineage when I first came to see you, you would have never been in that kind of danger. There is still time. Go to the Lord's manor, show him. I'm not really your son, am I? The woman fell silent for a moment, observing me. I could see the resemblance between us, yes, and I had no memories of my mother. It would be nice if she were to show back up someday, but it just wasn't likely. This whole thing felt extremely contrived. Discussions would progress much smoother if we both know what the other wants out of this arrangement. Start by telling me who you really are. Were you actually a maidservant for the previous lord? She gave a nod, then walked over to a grimy shelf and retrieved a ring that looks very much out of place. It was made of gold, engraved with an elaborate insignia. Look at this. It's a Barnier family crest. The previous lord gave me the ring as a gift, and I've kept it ever since. Even after our relationship was discovered and I was chased out. I didn't sell it, because they knew I was with child. They will have no choice but to acknowledge you as a legitimate heir if we show them this ring. Why did you wait so long to come find me then? I was afraid they might kill you if I brought you in as a baby. Why were we separated? Misfortune. One day, bandits came and kidnapped you. Presumably they were hired by the Barnier estate because they didn't want your existence coming to light. I consider it a miracle you're still alive. I can only imagine the stern look on my face as I listened to the woman speak. Part of me did indeed want to take everything she said as true, wanted to believe that it was somewhat important, but I couldn't convince myself I had anything other than a commoner's blood running through my veins. It would appear you've done your research. I don't have any I don't have any other family to the best of my knowledge, which does indeed make me a good candidate for you to step in and claim your stake on. For her to guess, your childhood with the Lord has either passed away or never existed at all. It's probably true that you worked at the Barnier's manor, And it's probably true that you had relations with a former lord. You were chased out and now you live in poverty. You want to go back to your former, more comfortable life, and while you're at it, take vengeance on the current lord. But, being a woman, you have no means to accomplish that yourself. So you came up with the idea of using a fake son. If your child were still alive, he would be right about my age, wouldn't he? And we look similar enough for you to convincingly claim we're related. But the biggest reason you chose me is because I've made something of a name for myself. Because I was one of the people involved in inciting the revolt 3 years ago. The perfect choice to spearhead a revolution. How dramatic. The man who set the Lord's slaves free was secretly his family. The people who would eat it right up. So, how far off am I? For some time the woman sat in silence. Eventually she broke it, not by yelling in anger or desperately trying to refute me, but with a smile. I knew very well what lurks behind the smile too. Scorn. You're sharp for a filthy peasant. Would seem I chose wisely. I was right. She was a manipulative, conniving shyster. Shyster? Okay, Google. What is the meaning of shyster?
The word shyster refers to a dishonest person, especially a lawyer, but it can also apply to politicians or anyone who uses unscrupulous or unethical methods. It implies someone who engages in deceptive or underhanded practices for their own gain.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Shyster. Que nome, cara. Que palavra, shyster. Acabei de receber um comentário num dos vídeos de Need Streamer Overload falando o cara nem pra ensinar a traduzir. Se chama Aprender Inglês. Obrigado, é isso. Chimbidoster. I wasn't royalty. I wasn't a hero. I was a filthy peasant. I'm in. The first thing I did after agreeing to work with a woman was not to approach the Lord, but to reveal my false lineage to my accomplices. They all thought I was joking until I showed them the ring. Then their dreams of revolution started seeming far more realistic. Maria was the one exception. Not only did she not believe me, she tried to stop me from going through with the scheme. Haven't you had enough danger for one life? Come on, forget about all this revolution stuff. You can build up a new brothel and just stay low for the rest of our days. Doesn't really sound so bad. You're the only friend I've got left, Jacopo. She said somewhat desperately. I sympathized with her concerns, but I didn't want to let this chance to gain some real power slip away. I was done having things taken away from me. Hear me, fellow citizens, who live in suffering at the hands of your supposed lord. Within me flows the blood of the previous lord. I am the rightful heir. Behold, the Barney's golden ring. Proof that I am of noble birth. Victims of this terrible tyrant, the time has come to start anew. And I shall be the one to lead you down that path. The poor, the hungry, the deprived, all of you, stand with me. My call to arms stoked the flames in the people's hearts. When the assault on the Lord's manor began, they were an inferno of righteous justice. No one was thinking straight. I was about the only one with something resembling a clear head amidst the chaos. If I were really a hero, then I would have rejoiced in a glorious day. That momentous turning point in the city's history. What? I would have been honored to have led the charge. But this was all about one woman's avarice and desire for vengeance. It was all about the one man's lamentation of his own weakness. I wasn't motivated by any desire to help these people. The Lord backed into a corner, begged for his life. I decapitated him, then held his severed head up for the people. Their cheers and shouts filled the air. As I watched them rejoice, I wondered, was this the future that awaited me? Would the people come after me next? Was my head going to be in one of their hands one day? The king and the other counts acknowledged my royalty, though it was less because I had the Barney's ring and more because they thought that was the best way to prevent things from getting any messier. So with their approval, I formally became the lord of the land. I also assumed the former lord's name, because despite his reputation with his people, it was a name people knew, and one that held far more clout than my own. And just like that, my long-time dream of power had come true. That said, simply becoming the lord didn't mean everything had fallen neatly into place. Many of the local noble families accused me of acquiring my rank illegitimately. They waited things bad for me to slip up. They even tried to set me up on more than one occasion. I couldn't trust anyone. On top of that, if I took too long making the improvements I had promised the people, they would start saying it was much of a tyrant as the previous lord. There was only so much I could do at once though, especially with my hands so full fending off the vulture's nobles. Exhaustion soon began to set in. This wasn't the world I was looking for, the one I wanted to show Morgana. It was day after draining day of betrayal, constantly having to look over my shoulder, fighting to meet unrealistic expectations. I was starting to lose sight of who I was as a person. I couldn't let anyone see me looking weak. They would see it as an opportunity to take advantage of me, to manipulate me, to eliminate me. I needed power to protect myself from those people. Attaining rank was only the first step. I needed even more power. Enough to ensure no one would ever be giving me orders, could ever play me for a fool. I turned my attention first to bolstering the economy, provided subsidies to merchants in the city, expanded trade routes. I made it known that people of any skin color, even those not welcome in other territories, were welcome in my land, trying to bring some vitality to the city. The previous lord had evidently loved to throw parties, squandering away nearly all the tax money on his own entertainment. If he had left me more to work with, I would have used it to clean up and repair the slums, but for the time being, that had to remain another item on the checklist. I needed more money flowing through the city as a whole before I could make any headway on fixing up the poorer areas. Helping the people who needed it most quickly became a secondary objective. I had a pretty good idea what my former accomplices still in the slums were saying about me. He used us, could practically hear them whispering. Some of them even started publicly slandering me in an attempt to undermine my authority, claiming I wasn't suited to be in a position of power because I had spent most of my life in the slums. It wasn't long before they had convinced the people I was just another tyrant. I had hoped that they, if no one else, would have sympathized with my position, realized that I had every intention of helping them, and that I simply didn't have the resources for it yet. But no one saw what I was doing. No one believed me, even when I tried to explain. In one case, I invited an old companion to my manor to discuss matters, but the meeting only turned into an attempt on my life. Having absolutely no one I could trust, no one I could call an ally, hit me a lot harder than I had expected. It twisted my worldview beyond recognition. I had no need for sympathy. I couldn't show care for anyone, otherwise someone would inevitably use it against me, old friends and strangers alike. In fact, those who knew me best, those who were aware of where I had come from and what I had been before, were the ones who fought the hardest to tear me down. Rules needed to be created, punishments established. I couldn't allow anyone to take this power from me, sem muito parecido. Anyone who so much as suggested I had come from the slums, anyone who dared disrespect me, had to be eliminated. All threats exterminated before they could reach me. Somewhere along the line, I had lost sight of my original dream, lost all my desire to do right by the people I cared about. Hell, I didn't have anyone to do right by anymore. Why did I need to climb to the top of the ladder? So no one could kill me. Why did I want money? So no one could mock me. Why did I want power? So no one could oppose me. 4 years passed, and I found myself in a very, very distant place. Miracle blood? Sounds like a sham to me. You never... Miracle blood? Sounds like a sham to me. You never know. They say the sound of her first cry brought rain to the land where she was born, saving the whole village from drought. Miracle blood. Sounds like a sham to me. You never know. They say the sound of her first cry brought rain to the land where she was born, saving the whole village from drought. And they say her blood has the power to cure any disease. One day, a curious rumor came to my attention, the kind of whispering I wouldn't usually put much stock into. It was said that there was a witch living in a cottage by the lake who had the same voice, which that maybe people would stop complaining and was sulking too much on the economy. Capture the witch and make use of her miracle blood. I would establish a new church, have it be run by a nun in the city. Had been fawning over for some time. They call her the Saintess. There, I could take the witch's blood and call it a miracle medicine, distributing it in exchange for cheaties, which the people would certainly come for in droves. And if the blood somehow did happen to have special powers, then that would make the scheme that much more effective. I'll worry about the veracity of the rumors later. Right now, all I want is for you to capture her and bring her to me. I was too busy to handle capturing the witch myself, so I went and found someone to handle it for me. He was a former slave who had, several years back, massacred an entire carriage of slaves and the slave traders transporting them. Obviously not an upstanding citizen, but there was little doubt he would have any trouble apprehending a single witch. The biggest reason I chose him, though, was because he was enamored with a nun. I honestly thought it was rather hilarious, a murderer falling in love with a nun. I had been expecting the man to object, but he agreed almost without hesitation. There was a mansion on the outskirts of the city, which the previous lord had built for himself and had gone unused since his death. It was there I decided to keep the witch, and it was there I decided to establish the church. The nun would have ample space there to provide temporary shelter for the sick and needy. I thought, with that what little remained of my conscience, that I was doing the right thing. If one witch, probably an old woman at that, was all it cost to accomplish such good, then a worthy sacrifice it was. In an ideal world, it wouldn't matter young or old, a human being was an acceptable price for anything. But this was far from an ideal world, so I decided that taking what little remained of this woman's life was the best, no, the only acceptable course of action. She would probably despise me for it, but I would gladly accept her hatred in exchange for the benefits her blood would bring the city. It's our responsibility to offer a helping hand to the sick and the poor, to pray for the abandoned souls. Morgana's words from years back popped into my head. I believe that, as aggressive, self-centered, and utterly lacking in compassion as my methods may have been, was following that mantra, was offering a helping hand to people who needed it in their own way I knew how. I wasn't so dense as to think she would approve of me making an old woman pay the price for my charity, though. Que ironia. Doing this made me no better than a thug, but everything has a price. For every extravagant feast held, a dozen people go the night without food. That's simply the way of the world. I was no god. I was no saint. I had blood on my hands. I was a villain. I knew no way to accomplish good without doing bad. After the swordsman departed, I took some time to myself. I filled a goblet with water, smelled it, then gave a bit of it to my pet dog before gulping down the rest of it. Are you still out there somewhere, Morgana? What would you think of me if you saw what I had become? Several days later than originally planned, the swordsman finally arrived at the mansion. I had chosen the observation tower on the grounds for the witch's prison, and it was there I waited for him. He showed up with a burlap sack swung over his shoulder, setting it down on the ground and saying, "There's your witch." I could only hear muffled grunting from inside the sack, but it didn't sound like an old woman inside. The man's clothes and the bag both reeked of blood. Tell me you didn't harm her, dog. I smell blood. You only instructed me not to kill her. Mistakes were made, limbs were lost. I cleaned up all the blood I got on me. No one suspected anything. Bet you were able to immediately recognize it as the smell of blood since quite a bit, Lord. You have killed before, haven't you? Enough yapping! She is alive, yes? Of course. I felt a tinge of guilt for the woman, but it didn't last long. Her role in my scheme and the fate that awaited her was the same regardless of the condition she arrived in. I tossed my gaze from the man to the bag. He crouched down to untie it, revealing a young girl with one arm severed. As soon as I saw her, I knew exactly who the girl was. But why? What was she doing in the bag? Why was she the lakeside witch? What was she doing here? No judge. Pois é, Jacopo, olha o que você fez. Olha o que tu fez, fi. Ah, eu sentindo mal agora. Eu tava disposto a fazer um leve sacrifício, né? Não se pode fazer um omelete sem quebrar uns ovos, disse Armstrong. Why was she so pale and shaking? Why had I ordered her captured? How could I have done that? How could I have let this happen to her? Morgana. My voice was hoarse and rattling. She looked up at me, her face just as disfigured and hideous as it had been 4 years before. My mind flashed back to her birthday, to when I had considered offering to take her as my lifetime partner, and her face hadn't healed if her face hadn't healed in 4 years' time. Is that you? Is that you? Her question yanked me out of my memories. You remember me? Did Morgana remember me? The 3 years we had spent together. What kind of person I had been. The boy who had refused to give up putting ointment on her face. Those hurriedly unromantic encounters at the graveyard. Her taking shots at me taking shots at her. All that time I had shared. How could I ever forget? Morgana, she remembered me. How could I ever forget all the pain and humiliation you put me through? How could I ever forget the blood sabbats you so loved to hold? What? What was she talking about? Haven't had enough, have you? Leaving scars on every inch of my body wasn't enough for you? You haven't had your fill of my blood? Ela é cega? Ah, ela é... Não, pera. Oh. No, that wasn't me. I was the one who had tried to heal those wounds. You're the man who bound me, cut me up, called me a witch, and then tried to kill me. Haven't forgotten you even for a moment. No, Morgana. I was the man who rescued from him. I don't care how much my father preaches forgiveness. That's the one thing you'll never get from me. I despise you with all my soul. I revile you with every fiber of my being. For every scar you gave me, I gave you a lifetime of hatred. No, Morgana. I was not aware you knew the witch, Lauren. His voice made my blood run cold. I didn't just know her. Morgana was... This man, the Lord, he destroyed me, mind and body. No, there was another man. He was already dead. I had just taken his place. I had come from the slums. I had been part of the slaves' revolt. I knew I had to tell her. It ruined my life. Between the sting of Morgana's accusations and my need to protect my current position, I couldn't muster the strength to do it. If someone were to find out it wasn't legitimate royalty, that I had come from the slums, and everything I had worked so hard to build up. To build up for who, though? You come crumbling down, for who I think he hasn't already. All I had left was my power, my rank. It's what I actually wanted. I couldn't afford to lose that too. When did I start straying from the path? Yes, I know her. Or I knew her years ago. I see. What are you going to do then, Lord? You look sick. This doesn't change anything. We lock the witch up and proceed as planned. Why couldn't I tell her the truth? How could I keep her imprisoned? What had I wanted power for in the first place? Would anyone ever believe me if I said this wasn't how I wanted things to turn out? Would anyone ever believe me? Eu não sei quem tá narrando, então. Before me floats a man, twisted and writhing in pain. Although whether what I'm looking at could be said to resemble a human is a difficult question. It's a hazy, indistinct shape, on the precipice of being consumed by darkness everlasting. I know very well what I'm looking at, the moments before a man's soul shatters. Did I do the same thing to him, and Morgana did to me? Was it I who summoned the darkness, who laid his past bare, forced him to relive those events, to experience once more everything he felt, everything he thought, to put him through the despair a second time? I can only imagine how he must have felt, causing someone he once cared for so much pain. The things he did are abhorrent, more than deserving of reproach, and it would undoubtedly be easier for him to simply vanish into the eternal abyss. But I can't allow that to happen. He still has work to do. His story is essential. It's almost certain Morgana still doesn't know who he really is. He needs to face her, to reveal the truth with his own words. That's the only way we're going to get her to have a change of heart. That's not all he has to say to her either, so I must bring him back, pull him out of the darkness. I grab the man by the arm and begin scouring the blackness for an exit. After some time, I see a speck glistening high above, so I make my way upwards, back to the harsh lights of the real world. A música durou certinho, cara. Caralho. The darkness parts, and we re-emerge in a dining hall. The man is still straddling me, dagger held above his head, just as he had been before I track him to his past. His eyes are open wide, with his hand is trembling. A few moments later, his fingers go slack and the blade slips from his grasp, piercing the wood floor by my face. Hey! What was that? I swear I saw some kind of black cloud or something. What happened to you too? Neither of you saw any of that. Saw what? You didn't see anything, then don't worry about it. Necklace. That must have been the key to unlocking his memories, like when I touched the mirror in the mansion. I have no idea why certain objects show me different memories, but I got what I needed, I think. I'm fairly certain the white-haired girl is Morgana now. The things Acaba did to her and fell to her behind the third door. I have much in common with him and Morgana in this life. Why did you dig that up? How the hell did you do that? Why did you show me my former self? Why did you make me watch that? Why didn't you tell her? Had you only opened your mouth and told Morgana the truth, told her you weren't the previous lord, told her who you really are, things could have turned out differently. Turned out differently how? Knowing who her only was in her pain. Yes, you're exactly right. The man who once saved her life is now the source of all her misery. How would knowing that do anything but cause her more despair? The least you could have done then was let her go free. I had already put money into setting up the church here. Her arm had been cut off. There was no turning back. You can't go back from that! You could have, yes. You could have stopped and there! Don't act like you know anything! You couldn't possibly comprehend the weight on my shoulders, you dirty peasant! You were right, I can't, and I'll be damned if I want to. To hell with understanding the feelings of a man who could so easily lose sight of what mattered most for a little power! Money, power, it's not what you really wanted to hold dear. So why couldn't you let go of that? Why did you have to go and let what mattered most slip through your fingers? Had you done anything, it wouldn't have come to this. I couldn't have people knowing where it came from. I needed, well, rank? No, you didn't need any of that. Do you have any idea how much Morgana treasured her time with you and Maria? Do you know how she described that period as one of the brightest chapters of her life? Those 3 years she spent at the brothel until it was attacked. She said that was where she learned how to find joy in life. Enough. She would never say any of that. Why do you refuse to believe me? She never opened up to anybody. That's all just your fantasy. What you want to see in her? You're trying to convince me of something that was never there. No, I think he's right, Lord. I believe she did feel that way. The day I killed that carriage full of slaves 4 years ago, this girl you're talking about, she was there. What? That can't. And she sent this to me before I began my massacre. I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to people very dear to me. She was crying as she did. O mundo é pequeno mesmo, né? So that's what she was talking about. It was you. There's no way. When exactly did the brothel attack 4 years ago take place? It was the winter. I see. Winter 4 years ago is when I met the girl too. That reminds me. She mentioned something unpleasant happening to her 4 years ago during one of our conversations. That she was forced to part ways with the people who taught her that humans are capable of kindness. She was talking about you. There is still time. You can still set Morgana free. You can still reveal your true self to her. She was likely in shock that day, not seeing or thinking straight. She still thinks you're someone else. Hearing you were the Lord, it set something off inside her, preventing her from seeing you who you really were. Her time in the previous Lord's captivity left scars even deeper than she knew. So all it took was that one word, and in her eyes you became him. Which isn't to say you haven't caused her much pain yourself, but I still believe your truth is the key to allaying her hatred. You'll change her perception of the world. I'm certain of it. So please, release Morgana and spill your heart for her. I was planning to end it all with a harvest festival. What? I was already planning to set her free then. I knew damn well it was much too little, much too late. But I needed an excuse to face her, some occasion to give me that last nudge. So I told myself, that's going to be the day. That's when I'm going to do it. Meu Deus. Puta que pariu. Nossa, que... Sim, que nem a da terceira porta. Nossa. But you had to show up out of nowhere, digging up my past. Throwing all my plans out the window. You think I'm the reason your carefully laid plans fell apart? I'll let her go during the Harvest Festival. Tomorrow she goes free. Tomorrow is too late. What difference does it make? When the bell tolls noon on the day of the Harvest Festival, Morgana dies. I've had more than enough of your so-called prophecies. I'm done. Why do you still refuse to believe me? I'm not making anything up. I'm from the future. I know how this ends. Having an occasion and a plan can certainly make it easier to take action. But you can't just wait for the right occasion for everything. Sometimes, if you don't act on something as soon as you've decided to do it, you miss your chance. And in your next life, you make the same mistakes. You lock someone up that you care about, eventually causing her to break down entirely. And you're so fixated on waiting for the right occasion, you completely destroy any chance of salvaging anything. You're set on releasing her. Then release her! Acaba! Stop being so damn fixated on your occasions already! Enough. Damn you. You're right. You don't have to tell me I'm being a fool. I'll do it. Right now, I'll do it. I'll release her. Thank you for making up your mind. I didn't make the lock require 3 keys, because the weight was too much to bear alone. It was because having others with me would force me to keep up the Lord facade. To prevent me from letting anything slip. E tá encaixando muito bem mesmo, cara. Or maybe I was just waiting, hoping someone would betray me, make me pay. Pathetic, I know. You can have the necklace. It belongs to you. Though I doubt Morgana will accept it. I hope you still attempt to give it to her yourself. Will you do that? Where did you get that anyway? From Maria. I thought she would have thrown out by now. I assume she doesn't think very highly of me. Be honest with me. She was planning to kill you. Ah. Maybe that would have been for the best. To her, I'm nothing but a power-hungry traitor. The necklace. I'll take it. Here you are. When he takes the necklace, Acaba looks as though he's on the verge of tears. Whether from the pressure of not wanting to lose face, or simply because he's no longer able to, he doesn't actually shed any though. The other two just stand and watch him quietly. Neither of them saw the vision of his past, but they don't pry either. Our exchange was probably sufficient to give them an idea of what happened, even if they don't know the details. Clutching the necklace in one hand, Acaba takes up the head of the procession to the observation tower. And while it lasts but for a brief moment, I see an image of the young man he used to be in his slightly unslouched shoulders. They each insert and turn their individual keys. The lock disengaging and the door giving a deep groan as it swings open. Beyond it, a spiral staircase ascends high into the sky. Every time we've climbed these stairs, it's always been a solemn affair, and now is no different. I've succeeded though. I've got them all here, ready to set her free before she's supposed to die. I have changed the past. Giselle, can you hear me, Giselle? I made it in time. Now Morgana doesn't have to die tomorrow. I did it, Giselle. With me. Come on. Do you guys hear it talking? Behind the door? Is there someone else in there with her? That couldn't be. It's only Morgana. Stay with me, please. Come on. We can't give up now. Oh, me fudendo, cara. Oh, be quiet. As if you have any idea of what I'm going through. Of course I do. No. Standing before the door to the top of the stairs, a chill runs down my spine. Before I have time to consider what might have caused it, my body moves on its own. I shove my way past the other man and push open the door. I know I'll come up with something pleasant to take your mind off things. I'll come up with a story. A story? How about this? A dove flies in through the window up above, a piece of parchment tied to its leg. It's a letter from the prince of a neighboring land. You read it and then you write a response. Que imagem forte, viu? I don't respond. After exchanging letters back and forth for some time. The prince comes to find you. I'm not going to fall for your stupid fantasies. Holding on to something, even a fantasy, is better than believing in nothing at all. I don't want you to give up hope. The basis of only breeds despair. Not that you would know that. Besides, if anyone's going to come for me, I don't want it to be a prince. There's only one person I want to see. We're all stunned to silence at the scene unfolding beyond the door. Morgana is having a conversation with herself. This does answer the question of who the white-haired girl is and where she came from. But I can't. This is just... No one should have to go through this. Her mind is split into two. Oh, Morgana, it looks like you have visitors. They're here to take my blood, or they've got no use for me anymore and are here to kill me. Oh, don't be so negative. Look, there's someone new. Kill me. Just set me free already. Morgana. You know what my wish is? Kill me and curse. Put a curse on them. Come on, Morgana, look up at them. Their letters, they made it. I never wrote any letters. He's got long hair as white as snow and eyes like rubies. He's beautiful like an angel descended from heaven. An angel. Morgana, I've come for you, Morgana. Come to set you free. Would you please undo her shackles, Acaba? As you say. A música deu certinho também. Morgana. Angel? Can you hear me, Morgana? At long last, I have the chance to told you while you're still alive. I'm here to get you out of this tower. You have nothing to worry about anymore. You can go outside again, see the sun. You go back to your old life. Angel. Morgana. Angel. No one's going to hurt you anymore, Morgana. And the three of them by the door, none of them had any malice for you. Angel. You're free. You can go free again. Angel. You can have a normal life. No one's going to take any more of your blood. Angel. Please, Morgana. Please stay with me. Don't you want to leave this place? I'm going to set you free. I'll take you back to your cottage by the lake. I'll get you medicine. I'll help you with anything you need. If you want to go somewhere far away, I'll take you there. I'm begging you. I've waited so long for this moment. Morgana, I've been waiting so long for God to send an angel. Are you an angel? Are you an angel sent to deliver me from this place? Please deliver me unto my father's presence. I can't go back out there. I can't live the mortal realm any longer. I don't want to. There's only one place I wish to go. Oh, holy servant of the Lord. You are an angel, aren't you? Morgana, please deliver me from this place. Yes, that's right, I am. For now, yes, I will be. I am the Archangel Michel, sent to deliver your soul unto God the Father. You're our angel. I have descended from heaven above. That's wonderful. Morgana, his father, is he proud of me? Your father, the Lord Almighty, is exceedingly proud of the great work you have done in his name. Thank you. It means so much to me to hear that. I couldn't be happier to be able to return with you to see him. Morgana. Morgana. Morgana! Her body goes limp in my arms as the last of her life slips away. There should have been more than enough time to spare, but still I failed to serve her life. At the very least, I hope I was able to provide her some comfort in her final moments. I'm allowed to think that, aren't I? But too late. But why? Well, wasn't she not supposed to die until... That's what you said, isn't it? That was how it's supposed to happen, right? So how come we still didn't make it? Why didn't you do anything? Why didn't you just let her? Why did you just let her wither away like this? Why? Answer me! I have no answer for you. I had no idea she had deteriorated so badly. We should take her outside. Then you can atone for your sins. But first, you need to take her body somewhere clean. Death does not mean you're free of pain. We need to ensure her soul can depart in peace. You won't see me objecting. You need to say now what you were going to say her. You must let her know the truth. She's dead. What good will it do to reveal my feelings now? Sim, ele sabe disso melhor do que ninguém. Are you really that dense? Of course we will do good. Her physical body may be dead, but her soul is still here, watching everything, listening to every word you say. I don't believe in souls. Well, I'm begging you to change your mind. Let Morgana hear what you have to say. Don't let your soul seethe in hatred. Please, I'm begging you. Okay, Morgana. I am not the Lord you knew. The man who put you through that hell, I killed him. I'm the man who freed you from his grasp. I'm the man who spent the next 3 years with you. We were poor and food was scarce, let alone good food. But those were happy times. Just about every day they'd come to rub ointment on your face. I let you look at me and you'd reluctantly turn my way. I used to think a lot about the face you'd make when you finally gave in. And then there was Maria. I can only imagine how obnoxious you thought the two of us were when we were in the same room together. You sitting off alone while me and Maria go at it, not making a peep. Me always trying to sneak glances at you. There's so much I never managed to tell you, that I hate myself for being too weak to put any of it into words. I could apologize, but I doubt you'd forgive me. And I don't want you to either. I just want you to know that this isn't how I wanted things to turn out. What I wanted more than anything was to show you to the world. But instead, all I managed to show was the inside of a cold, dark tower. Not the beautiful, unimaginably wide world outside these walls, but a tiny, filthy corner of it. I did this to you. I took everything from you when I should have given you everything. However much you hate me, I deserve every last bit of it and more. I was ready to pay with my life, and that's what you wanted. I was ready to do absolutely anything. This wasn't how I wanted things to turn out. I waited too long to bring myself to take action. Morgana, the man there, he told me you said the 3 years you worked with me and Maria were the brightest days of your life. Well, they were for me too. I loved you. That's everything. Did any of what he said just make it through to you, Morgana? I pray with all my heart that him opening up will have even the tiniest effect on how you feel. Morgana, I also want to apologize for everything I did to hurt you. I feel terrible about it. I really do. And yeah, I know that's not enough for me to make up for what I've done. So I want to make amends, whatever it takes. If you want me to give you my life now, I will. Or if you want me to spend the rest of my days paying for my sins, I can't do that too. I am an irredeemable monster and a killer. I take pleasure in hurting people. You were right to be afraid of me. I am genuinely sorry for what I did to you, though. I never wanted to see you dead. Sorry, I can't come up with anything better to say. Let's bring her outside. Would you carry her body, please? You should be the one to carry her. You're far better suited for the job. My right arm is no condition to be picking anything up. I'll help you lift her then. You said it was my words she needed to hear most, but ultimately, it was you who saved her. And me, who made that necessary. She wanted to be delivered to God by the hands of an angel, so the angel here should carry her. I can't. It wouldn't be right. Please, would you do it for her? Very well. Acaba puts the necklace around Morgana's neck, then lifts her dead body off the ground and places her in my arms. He opens the door, heading the four-man procession of the tower as he head in. I walk back at the back of the line. Each step they take down the spiral staircase is slow and ponderous, as if weighted down by the knowledge of their sins. That they must make their way. to the place they will make their atonement. I wasn't able to prevent Morgana's death, but I was able to uncover the truth. I accomplished something. The sum of everything I did these 3 days should be enough to change their heart and change the course of their next lives. They should be able to avoid the tragedies I witnessed through each of their doors. When we step through this door and people see Morgana's body, we'll be made to pay for our sins. Ultimately, I'm the one responsible, so the two of you are welcome to stay behind. I'm coming with you. A girl died because of the things I did. I can't just pretend it didn't have anything to do with me. No, I don't want to. I never had any intention of fleeing. There may have been one running the operation, but I did just as many terrible things as you. Well then. Say, Michelle. Yes. I figured this is probably my last chance to say it, so thank you for convincing me to hand over my key. For giving me the courage to open my eyes. You always had the courage within you, Mel. You simply needed a little help finding it. It wasn't my strength that allowed you to take action, but you're wrong. Wish I know how to make someone feel better about themselves. I'd like to be a little stronger next time around, if there really is a next life. I'd like to be strong enough to face whatever comes my way, to not run away or try to ignore it. I have no doubt you will be. The trials you're made to face are great, and very few of them are of your own making. Yours is a tragedy of circumstance, of feelings kept secret and good intentions gone wrong. You can face the problem that when it arises rather than look away. I'm certain you can find your way to a better future. You mean my next life? I do. I'll trust you know what you're talking about then, and burn your advice into my soul. Don't look away. Please do. I'm glad to have met you. If that is the next life, I'd like it if we could be friends. Just so you know, you never convinced me to go on walks around a lake or take naps out in the sun. Well, that makes you sound like a very gloomy, unpleasant person to be around. Just joking. Thank you. You're welcome. You know, you kept telling me you weren't an angel, but you actually are, aren't you? I promise you I'm a regular man. You told Morgana you were an angel. Angels and demons don't get along very well, so I'd rather not run into you in my next life. I appreciate what you did here, though. I'll do my best to be more human next time. Please do. If I repeat to myself what you told me, that what I need most is restraint as I make my departure from this world, then maybe I won't forget it, even if I do lose my memories. Burn it into my soul. I rather like that. I think of all the boys did there. That would be best. And I'll be praying that, even if you aren't capable of love, you'll be able to live a peaceful life with the good woman who loves you. Then you'll be able to make her happy by doing so. I still think she'd be better off never knowing me. Whether you want her to or not, she's almost certainly going to meet you and fall in love with you. You know, now that I think about it, she's not as normal as I first thought. She's a peculiar woman. I can't say I disagree. Well, I guess this is goodbye then. That it is. Bem peculiar. I know everyone else is doing it, but I've got nothing to say to you. I didn't expect you would. Ha! Though I suppose I do have something I'd like to say to you. And what might that be? Be more open with yourself. If you had only put your feelings into words, things would have turned out differently in both this life and your next. Coming from you, a man who looks even more closed off than me, that rubs me very much the wrong way. Do I really look that closed off? In more ways than one, yeah. That part of me is deeply ingrained. You're telling me to open up won't magically disentangle my personality and make it be. I don't think you're as twisted as you believe you are. I'll consider it if this next life nonsense you're just telling is true. Please do. Lord have mercy. One hell of a man suddenly busted his way into my life. The last thing I expected was for an outsider to be the one to get us to open that door. Impressive work for one man. It was not only my doing. I had help from a number of people. And it was you, Giselle, who did the most in getting me here. I'm not as big a man as the three of you make me out to be. Before this, I'd lost so much. I felt utterly powerless. I was on the verge of abandoning all hope. But having the opportunity to meet all of you, to spend time with you and the people around you, it did a great deal to revitalize my spirit, despite the atrocities involved. So I thank you. I pray your next lives may turn out better. I suppose we should get going then. Off to pay for our crimes, to relieve our soul of some of its pain. And I suppose to make their next lives to go a little bit better. Let's. He places a hand on the large door and takes a step forward. The door lets out a heavy groan, and moonlight slips through the widening crack. It's all over now. I did it. I changed the past. What? What the hell? What I see beyond the door is not the nighttime courtyard. The sun hangs in the sky, shining down on the blood-soaked grass. Why? What's going on? That's when I notice. The weight of Morgana's body is gone from my arms, and then... Out in the courtyard. Mel? Nellie? I see a flaxen-haired girl vomit blood and fall to the ground. A young man kneels over her and takes his own life. No. There are dead and dying townsfolk all around the nun. The swordsman is skewered as he scrambles to reach her. And at the door just to my back, Jacopo. The Lord lies unmoving. He's slumped against the wooden frame in a pool of blood. How can this be? We were all just talking not a minute ago. How the hell do we go from that to this? Why? Why, damn it? I changed the past, did I not? I said I'm away from this outcome. I changed. Oh, that's what this is? As much as I don't want to believe it, it makes sense. In the sense that something wasn't quite right I've been feeling ever since I got here. The darkness that swelled up when I touched the necklace. I was never in the past at all. This isn't the real world. It's the realm of the dead. The same domain in which the cursed mansion resides. Which is why when I arrived here, something felt off. Because death filled the air. Somewhere deep down I could sense the similarity between here and the mansion, the gathering place of its departed souls. It was never possible for me to travel back in time, to exist and interact with the real past. I was able to summon the darkness because this isn't the real world. Merely a reconstruction, a projection of their souls' memories. It was all set in stone long ago. None of the time I spent with any of them was real. Every emotional moment I thought I shared with them was all an illusion. None of my conversations, none of the smiles I managed to get out of them were real. I was never there. I was never present in the past with them. I'm currently sometime after all that, sometime beyond the era Morgana lived, beyond the 17th, 18th, 19th centuries. What I spoke of as their next lives was actually their past lives. All three tragedies are history. Immutable, irreversible history. And there's nothing to change anymore. What then did I fight so hard to achieve? What did I accomplish by warning them of their next lives? By convincing them to endeavor to take different paths? Nothing? Was it all for nothing? I go limp at the sight of it all, dropping to my knees and sending ripples through the sea of blood. Morgana, the girl had called me an angel and asked me to deliver her unto her father, is still chained up inside the tower. What did I accomplish? What purpose did anything I do serve? Was it all just a big damn waste of time? My cries go unanswered, simply fading into the dead air. Giselle, who kept me going for so much of this ordeal, is still silent. No, I did accomplish something. It wasn't a waste of time. Everything I did, it wasn't for nothing. I may not have changed the past, and I may not have stopped their tragedies, but I achieved something. I uncovered the stories. I learned the truth of everyone's involvement. You can't take that away from me. I know you're out there, Morgana. I know you've been watching this whole time. You know the truth now. I accomplished that much. That has to change how you see them, at least a little. The present Morgana has a change of heart. Decides to let go of her hatred, then that should cause the cursed mansion to disappear. Set their souls free. I'll take the leap of faith. That what I've done is enough, and make my way back, believing there's a future for them beyond their tragedies. I'm coming back, Morgana. I'm returning to that house, to that world of blackness seething with hatred, to my present. I'm going to try this once more. An honest attempt to really see you, to face you, Morgana. I'll be there as soon as I can. Kneeling in a puddle of blood, I turn my gaze toward the heavens. The searing sunlight is slowly eroded by darkness. My body, mind, and soul follow soon after. The bloody, corpse-riddled courtyard dissolves, and I find myself once more in an earthly, lightless void. I clench my teeth as hard as I can manage, squeeze my eyes as tight as I can, because that's the only way I can keep the screams back, the tears from spilling down my cheeks. Achievement! Não era o último capítulo, afinal de contas. Michelle? Open your eyes, Michelle. Come to me. Holy shit. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Caraca. Ela de pé ali, no meio de tudo. Eu preciso saber o que é isso daqui a pouco. Gente, isso é um anjo? What? We meet at last. What? Why is the white-haired god here? Never mind that, where am I? I was trying to get back to the mansion. How did I end up here? Do you know who I am? Of course I do. How could I not know who you are? Splendid. What are you doing here? Why is there a sword in your hands? And why can I not speak? Porque essa espada é sua, Michelle. Você é o anjo. I was able to return to this gathering place of souls thanks to your efforts. Your uncovering of the truth of those events that inspired so many years ago allowed me to remember everything I had forgotten. To remember who I am. Remember who you are? You mean that you're a part of Morgana? My apologies. Bringing your soul here without any preparations left you in a bit of a nebulous state. But my heart told me I had to do this now. Though you have no voice, I can feel your presence quite clearly. Oh, Michelle, namesake of the great Archangel Michel and man of tremendous virtue, I have brought you here to ask for your assistance. I pray you will be able to help me. My request for you is simple. Take this blade, and with it, extinguish my soul. You, what are you? Extinguish your soul? Realize that it's cruel for me to ask this of you, and for that I deeply apologize. But I want it to be you who sends me off. Would you grant this girl her selfish request? That's not why I sought the truth. Not because I wanted to see anyone extinguished, but because I wanted to set everyone free from Mansion's cursed bonds. Because I wanted to put an end to this cycle of pain and suffering. Because I wanted to save every last person caught in this tragic quagmire. That includes you. You're asking me to eradicate your soul? I must be destroyed. You can't tell me after everything you've seen. You haven't realized that I have no place in your lives. While it's true Morgana wished for misfortune to befall them, if I hadn't been there, none of the tragedies would have taken place. If I hadn't been there, the flaxen-haired girl would have been able to let go of yearning for her brother. If I hadn't been there, the shipwrecked merchant's lover would not have lost her place as a stabber. If I hadn't been there, the ambitious businessman would not have been betrayed by his close friend. Why are you acting like it's all your fault? You're trying to say everyone would be better off without you. I was not the victim in the tragedies. I am culpable for them. Culpable? Like hell you were. I saw everything from start to finish. You didn't intend for anything bad to befall anyone. You always acted out of the good of your heart. And you were trying to tell me that makes you culpable? Or do you say we answer one last lingering question, Michelle? The question of what I am. The explanation might be a bit lengthy, but I would like to share with you before I depart. I was, as you are certain, created by Morgana's mind as it broke down in that tower. I was born to be a receptacle for her pain, to ease her suffering. But there is more to the story than that, Michelle. Upon her death, Morgana's soul was afflicted with great pain resulting from the hatred and resentment she bore. The fact that she viewed herself as a saint only served to amplify that agony. Her identity as a saint gave her purpose in life, while simultaneously constraining her. A saint must put herself second to all others. She must be caring, generous, forgiving. She must not bear any ill will for anyone. That was not how she felt deep down, though. She was not a saint out of the goodness of her heart. She wanted to hate them, but her identity would not allow her. Those two conflicting aspects of herself tore Morgana apart. She was unable to withstand it. So she took all her saintly characteristics and gave them to me, caring for others, putting herself second with being forgiving, and then she severed a part of her soul. But that's why you always seem so abnormally pure-hearted. I was no longer a part of Morgana, but something entirely separate. However, I wasn't me yet either. When you came to the mansion and resurrected Morgana, you resurrected me as well. But if I had no self at first, I was, I suppose, not much different than the particles of dust floating around the mansion. But eventually, that dust gained a sense of self, taking form as a human soul, and descending into the realm of man and the fate which governs it. What do you think the first thing a new soul wishes for when it is born, Michelle? To live. I wished for a continued existence in this world. In a world where I was never meant to exist. I refused to accept that there's anything wrong with wanting to live. I was supposed to remain with Morgana as a part of her. I was never meant to be a soul of my own. To become one was to turn against the laws of the universe. I wished to live. Morgana wished to curse the three men's souls. Though we sought after completely separate things, because we were two parts of a whole, each of our wishes were shaped by the others. In order for an incomplete soul like mine to survive, it needs something to bind itself to the world, something strong enough to prevent the universe from correcting the anomaly. And so the wish of that anomaly gave birth to yet another anomaly, a house that sat outside the currents of time, one that could descend into the mortal realm at various times and places. And it was that house that serves as a ladder for my soul. You mean it wasn't Morgana's power that created the mansion, but your own wish? And why did it have to be that house that bound me to the world? Because that was where she lingered, the girl from which it was formed, which meant that my wish had the consequence of granting Morgana's with it. The house, having attained perpetuity, served as a place for those who were sucked by Morgana's curse to return to.
Furthermore, my connection with her had another consequence. I was the one most affected by her wish. As much as I may have wanted to do good, for them to be happy, my fate was dictated by her wish. In that position, my merely showing affection for anyone was damnable. Falling in love was an act of villainy, my very presence malevolent. Don't say that. I was a true witch, the true demon child. Stop talking, please. It should never have been possible for me to have a life at all. Please stop. The universe must be returned to its proper state, Michelle. Don't talk about yourself like that. I must be erased, and Morgana's soul restored to its original form. But why? I do not belong here. I never belonged here. What's so wrong with wanting to live? The defect must be repaired. And not a defect. Damn it. Why couldn't I be able to get a word in now at least? The restoration will not be instantaneous. It took many years for me to be formed, and it will take as long, if not longer, for the process to be reversed. My soul will eventually return to its proper state, and perhaps, when her soul is restored, Morgana won't be a human. Perhaps she will be a butterfly resting upon the lip of a flower. Perhaps she will be that flower. Perhaps she will be the breeze in which that flower sways. But whatever form she takes, it will be her, whole and complete. With me gone, no more tragedy should take place. So please, take this sword and extinguish me. Put an end to the cycle of misery. I want you to be the one who does it. Please, kill me. I can't. You're asking too much of me. Yes, I want to save Morgana's soul, but do you really have to die for that to happen? Is there not some other way? Won't you do this for me? I cannot. I could never take that sword. I know it's unfair of me to ask this of you, but I want it to be you. As selfish as the request may be, but when the curtain drawn on this ersatz life. Okay, Google. Okay, Google. What is the meaning of the word ERSATZ?
The word ersatz essentially means a substitute or imitation, especially an inferior one. Here's a breakdown of its origins and usage. It comes from the German word Ersatz, meaning substitute. It gained prominence during World War I.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bizonho. Ersatz. Ersatz. By the man I admired so deeply, you admired me. Let's talk a little bit about that admiration, shall we? And where I got my physical appearance. This goes back to when I was a mere particulate matter drifting about the house. While I still had no mind of my own at that point, I witnessed everything that took place within the house. And in the moment of your death, Michelle, was I born? You saw my death? Your actions that day appeared to me as the very definition of selfless and honorable. Your life bore many similarities with Morgana's. You were both abused and imprisoned, called a witch. But while Morgana sought vengeance, you watched your own mother burn your crucified body, as you wished for release rather than revenge. There's nothing honorable about that. I had just lost all hope for myself. I expect you'll disagree with me, say that it was a sign of your weakness, but that was not how I interpreted it. Self-sacrifice being one of the core characteristics Morgana gave to me, I was deeply moved. You didn't curse those who had wronged you in life. You chose your own destruction, and I admired that strength of spirit. That admiration helped to shape my wish, to determine the form I would take, the name I would have. That's why, whenever I gained a physical body, it was modeled after yours, with snow white hair and ruby red eyes. Why my name was always Michelle, after the same angel from whom you took yours. I'm not. I'm in no way worthy of anyone's admiration. My admiration caused both you and the woman you love a great deal of pain, and for that I apologize. but it also shows just how much I wanted to be like you. I would ask for you, if you would be so kind, to consider this a great favor for a starry-eyed little girl. A girl who quite literally idolized you to her very soul. Don't. I couldn't ask for a greater honor. How can you tell me that? Than to be erased from the world by you, my idol, and then ask me to kill you. Please, Michelle, be the one to send me off. Can't do it. No matter how many times you ask, I can't kill someone who's told me they wanted to live. I know what it's like to wish for life. I don't know if you realized it yet, Michelle, but it's the first time we've actually met. The story of the fourth door was Morgana's creation, which means that until now, we've never been in the same place while both aware of the other's presence. As far as you should be concerned, I'm a complete stranger, yet still you hesitate. I'm glad that you're reluctant, but you've shown me enough sympathy. I don't consider you a stranger at all. Indeed, this is the first time we've formally met, but I've watched you go through so much. I've seen you live 3 different lives. I've seen the impact you had on the people behind all 3 of those doors. You are in no way a stranger. With my erasure, Morgana's soul will eventually become whole again. The curse and the eternal cycle of agony it brings will be no more. When I am gone, everything will return to its rightful place. I implore you to not hesitate any longer. Are there really no other options? Is killing you really the only way to make things right? To release everyone from this curse? I'm delighted to have finally been able to meet you, the man after whom I modeled myself. I am incapable of taking my own life, Michelle. God's teachings prohibit it, and as such, my identity as a saint prevents me from doing so. No, I don't want you to commit suicide. I want to find some way for you to live, to remain a part of this world. I know that by asking this of you, I am causing you great heartache, and for that I offer you my sincerest apologies. But so long as I continue to exist in this world, Morgana can never truly have redemption. Tell me, who is it you've been fighting so hard to save? That doesn't mean that I didn't want to save you too. I believe it could save everyone summoned to the mansion. That no one will have to suffer anymore. That there will be no more tragedies. Michelle, take the sword, please. Or will not, Michelle. Doing this will allow you to save everyone. You cast off the darkness inhabiting the house. Set all its prisoners free. Give Morgana her salvation. And give me mine as well. Extinguishing my soul will be my salvation. I had a full, satisfying life, even if every moment of it was rooted in iniquity. I had well beyond my share of happiness. I don't need any more. Oh, Michelle, namesake of the great Archangel Michel, a man of tremendous virtue, I ask of you to please draw this cycle of misfortune to an end, to take this blade and deliver its everyone from their fates. And it must be you, Michelle. You must be the one to do this. Oh man, do I really have to? Do I really have to? A arte das OSTs é essa cena do Michel pegando a espada. Oh man. Thank you, Michelle, for having the strength to do what must be done. And I apologize for putting you in such a difficult position. Once my soul has been erased, I will be gone from this world forever. I will not return, not in this or any other form. I feel no woe in that knowledge, though. I welcome my destruction with the utmost of joy. However, if it wouldn't be too much to ask for you to keep just a little bit of me in a corner of your soul, Michelle, to remember me, to remember the life I lived, that would make it all worthwhile.
Puta que pariu! Isso aí, pra quem jogou Final Fantasy XIV, bate muito forte. Nossa! Remember, we once lived. Thank you, Michelle. You may very well be a genuine. The whiteness surrounding me evaporates, and I find myself back in the observation tower. I can still feel in my hand the impact of a sword piercing by her breast. Damn it! Why couldn't there have been some other way? Erasing a soul is not salvation! God damn it all! She deserved better. So much better than that. No, it's not the time to grieve. There's work to be done. A girl to whom I must offer a chance for salvation. Mustn't cry over the white-haired girl's death now. There are things I need to take care of first. Morgana. Morgana stands there, staring off absently into the distance. After some time, she slowly turns to face me. What exactly was all that about? Come on, say something. Answer me! Morgana. How? It doesn't make any sense. He and the Lord, they couldn't. There were two different lords. The one at the estate, and the one who locked you in the tower. How? What was he doing there? I didn't. The man was trying to cuss. Was the Lord who threw the blood sabbats? How did I? Are you saying I remember wrong? That's ridiculous. I won't hear it. I won't have it for a second. You were in a very tenuous condition, Morgana. More than you ever even realize. You can't assume everything you saw in that state of mind to be true. Why? It only makes it that much worse. Why would he do that? How could he kill me? He said he would show me the world. I cried for him. He turns out to be the one pulling the strings. You saw what led to this. You heard what he had to say for himself. His understandings that went unresolved. That should have been cleared up immediately. What he did was wrong. Indefensible as far as I'm concerned. This all could have been avoided if he had told you everything. That said, Morgana, I can somewhat sympathize with how he felt then. You can sympathize with that monster? In what way? He loves you. Sincerely loves you. And to be the target of such vitriol from a girl he cared so dearly about, to be mistaken for someone else entirely, I can understand how that would have hurt. It doesn't matter. That doesn't change anything. Like you said before you started all this, it doesn't change anything. Does his revelation change what happened to me? Does it make any less of a hate-filled witch? What does it matter if he had his reasons? What does it matter if he's not who I thought he was? It doesn't change the fact I despise him with every fiber of my being. It's time to let go, Morgana. I met with a white-haired girl. I know her true nature. It's not me. You're right, I cannot definitely say that you and the white-haired girl are one and the same. However, I can say with certainty that she was a part of you. A creation of your broken spirit. The fact remains that she was closer to you than anyone else, in every sense of the word. Can you see the situation you're in, Morgana? The terrible, tragic irony of it all. You've cursed yourself along with everyone else. You brought ruin to a life of your own creation, numerous times.
You murdered yourself. It's time to let go, Morgana. There's only pain to be found in continuing down this road. Morgana. I take a step toward her, and she steps back, quietly maintaining her distance. I can almost hear trembling in her voice as she says, "Stay back. You stay away from me." You have nothing to be afraid of, Morgana. I won't hurt you. I said stay back, you. I bet you think this is hilarious. That I'm blind and a fool. Morgana. Yes, good on you, my dear. You've revealed my big secret, that I'm a feeble-minded little girl with a poor memory. You discovered the truth of my death. Discovered the white-haired girl's true identity. I always presumed she was you. How foolish of me. Laughing like I knew anything. Causing the entirely wrong man. Absolutely brilliant, you might say. I've made myself into quite the laughing stock. I'm not going to laugh about your pain, Morgana. I've come to realize that perhaps I empathize with you out of more than just our shared loneliness. We were both yoked with unimaginable misfortune, lived our lives in lamentation of our fates. I understand your pain. That boat has long since sailed. You're right, it has. This is a realization I should have come to much sooner. Though you said it wouldn't have mattered, I still should have made an effort to get to know you in life. I feel guilty about how I constantly pushed you away, so I like to make up for that now. I approach Morgana, hands stretched out toward her. She stands there, bewildered, as I place it on her shoulders, pulling her in. Not for my own comfort, as I had so many times before, and not out of some pretend sense of pity as for a sad pile of bones. I embrace her, and all the pain and loneliness she holds inside. Her body gives off no warmth, and is as weightless as a skeleton all those many years ago. She, like me, lost so much in life, but unlike me, she had no one there in her final moments. It's alright, Morgana. Everything is okay now. The tale behind the fourth door may have been a fabrication, but the creator's soul is always somewhere to be found in her creations. Daí a dica. Knowing the inseverable link between her and the white-haired girl, that's where I'll find what I'm looking for. I'm here for you. You're not alone, Morgana. We can end all this suffering together. It's going to be okay. What's wrong with you? Have you completely lost it? Do I need to remind you of everything I've done? Of all the pain I've caused you? No reminders necessary. You did quite a number on me indeed. And do you want to tell me how we went from that to you holding me? You didn't do what you did out of a particular grudge against me. Of that much I was always certain. So I hold nothing against you. I bear no ill will. Nor, I'm certain, does Giselle. You're much too forgiving. I imagine there's something about having experienced the kind of pain we have that makes it hard to harbor any ill will toward one of our kind. Shared charm or not, you and that woman really are something. God, there are no words for how much you irritate me. The bite slowly drains from Morgana's voice. In the quiet, I think I hear a muffled attempt to hold back a whimper. I pull away slightly, putting a hand under her chin and lifting her head. She quickly averts her eyes, but doesn't knock my hands away as I reach them into her hood, gently setting them against her cheeks. I run my fingers across her exposed flesh, and slowly pull back the hood covering her face. Oh, look at that. You're quite pretty without your face hidden. I didn't think you were the flattering type. I assure you, I'm not. Go on, touch your cheeks. Now this is the girl you're always meant to be. If Morgana had a less harrowing life, this is probably what she would have liked at 16. You know, you look a little like the white-haired girl. You look nothing alike, I can assure you of that. She was the very antithesis of me, but she was also a part of you. The last thing I want is to be like her in any way. And why is that? Because I never liked that girl at all. Always putting others before herself. Just watching her was aggravating. Although, in retrospect, she was everything about myself that I deemed unnecessary. So that might explain why it was so hard to watch. Also, I was so sure she was you, which made it all the more frustrating. Why would her being me bother you so much? Because that wasn't you. You're aggressive, you yell, you fight. Is that how you just saw me? How wouldn't it bother me that you came back as a quiet, passive, subservient girl? Of course, now I know that wasn't you, so... You were that sure it was me, despite thinking we were nothing alike? Apparently so. Hold on a second. Why would that bother you? I'll let you figure that one out. Ela gosta de mim, gente. Não entendeu? Acho que não. Ah, tá. É. It's not important. So, you've got my attention. What are you planning to do now? Damn it. To leave the mansion with you. To set everyone free and break the curse. Setting them free would set you free as well. So you want me to release their souls? Exactly. Eu vi. Os monstros aparecem no mapa. Just so you know, I haven't forgiven them. My hatred isn't going to just vanish like it was nothing. I'll never be able to forgive them completely. But you're right. This has gone on long enough. Morgana, I'm not even sure what I'm doing anymore. And it's all your fault. So sure, I'll release their souls. I'm so glad to hear it. However, I don't want to see them alone. I'm not sure I'll be able to set them free if I have to face it on my own. That won't be a problem. I'll go with you. We'll go see them together. You get to be my guide this time then. Get to take up Giselle's old mantle. That I do. Even if it means taking this hand? You honestly think I have any reservations about that? God, I swear. You really are the worst. Lead the way, my dear, to where the souls wait. Hand in hand, we travel the cursed mansion's corridors. The halls overflow with darkness, cut off from the sun and devoid of color. Despite having spent so much time in this place, it's never stopped being depressingly gloomy. No one, for any reason, should be left behind in a place like this. We cross through the living room, making our way to the back garden door. There are no children laughing beyond the door, but I can faintly smell flowers. Michelle, what am I supposed to say to them? If nothing comes to mind, you don't have to say anything. I get a feeling they'll have something to say to you, though. So if you would, try to hear them out. I'm not looking forward to this. It'll go fine, I promise. Nothing that happens could possibly make things worse than they already are. The only way to go from here is up, so up we go. Let's go, then, I suppose. A hollow breeze brushes through the gray-filled rose garden. The shadow standing there turns towards us. Gradually starts looking more and more like the young man he once was. Morgana. It's okay. We're here to free your soul. Michelle. You forgive me for what I did, Morgana. No, I don't. All this means is that I'm done cursing you. By the way, thank you. I know what I'm doing here now. Or I guess I remember what I'm doing here. I deserve to be cursed after everything I've done to you. It can't have been easy, that's for sure. I'm sorry for all the pain I caused. What's done is done. I guess. Still, I wasn't lying when I said I wanted to be friends. I meant it. I really did. I know now why you did what you did. Why you sold me out. Some people might say you had no other choice, but as a girl you actually sold out. Those are words you never hear from my lips. Fair enough. Nonetheless, objectively speaking, you too were the victim. Do you not resent me for punishing you in spite of that? Huh? I presume you're now able to recall everything, both the first life and the second one I subjected you to when the house was called Rose Manor. Yeah. What happened then was a result of my wish. You have every right to despise me. The way I see it, with or without your curse, Nelly still would have had the same feelings for me. It was my fault for being too dense to realize she thought of me as more than a brother. Things would have turned out the way they did regardless. The white-haired girl was the spark that set her off, though. And it was because of me that she ended up at that mansion. My wish was to see her life utterly ruined, and instead of that desire, the white-haired girl was born into that era as a half-sister. So I disagree. My curse did play a significant role in your fate. Regardless, I don't feel like it would be right for me to blame you. Things turned out the way they did, because I was weak and ran off from the problem instead of facing it. Michelle wouldn't have had to get hurt either, if only I had more of a spine. I guess calling her Michelle is kind of confusing with Michelle here, huh? How should I refer to her then? Girl Michelle, maybe? Creativity is not your strong suit, is it? She wouldn't happen to be around, would she? She has departed from this world. Or perhaps it would be better to say, she's returned to her rightful place in it. The girl you know as Michelle is gone forever. That's too bad. I was hoping I could apologize to her too. I believe you made your feelings quite clear. Not that she would have hold it against you if you didn't apologize. That's simply her nature. Oh. Well, Morgana, I'm so sorry for everything. I'm going to free your soul from the bonds of this cursed dimension, after which it should return to its rightful place. Okay? But before that, I've got one last thing that I'd like to say. To you, Michelle. To me? It was a little hazy, but I did kinda get to see what you were up to until just a little bit ago. If you hadn't done what you did for me, for Nelly, for Morgana, for everyone, I'm not sure I would have been able to work up the guts to apologize. I'm pretty sure I would have still been convinced I wasn't at fault. It may not have been real, but your effort wasn't in vain. Thank you. You're welcome. Well, I guess this is goodbye. Farewell, Mel. Until our souls cross paths once more in a boundless sphere of fate. Goodbye, Morgana. You don't have to tell me that he wasn't a bad person. But bad people aren't the only ones who do bad things. That's true, yes. But having a conscience can be a double-edged sword. The regret so overwhelming you don't want to believe you could do something so awful, that some outside force must be to blame. So I hope you're willing to accept at least part of his apology. Either way, my dear, to where the next soul awaits.
De boas intenções, o inferno tá cheio.
The staircase leading to the cellar is quiet, the air is still. No sounds of flesh being devoured, no stench of blood. Just darkness reaching ever downward. I'm going to have to ask you to go in first this time. I don't mind. But why? I'd rather not be skewered. You'll be fine, I'm sure. I doubt you'll attack. I can't say I'm anywhere near as confident as you. So you got to be my meat shield should anything go wrong. So that's what I am to her. We may not have bodies, but we are still capable of feeling pain. You don't have to remind me. I have to say, I'm surprised we actually made it to the top of the tower. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Half and half. Regardless, don't assume you're safe, just because you're already dead. If we were to attack you and destroy your soul, you would be erased for all eternity. There would be no coming back in any shape or form after any amount of time. Just something to keep in mind. I'm not worried. We shouldn't have any trouble talking to him. If you say so, then off we go. I push open the cellar door. Behind it, a shadow of a man sits on the floor, leaning against a stack of boxes. He slowly rises up to his feet upon hearing the center. As he does it, the blackness dissolves away, revealing the man. I almost didn't recognize you. Your face, it's not how I remember. It's back to normal. I see. So you weren't a witch. You were a pretty human girl. You look a little like the blind girl. No, I do not. But one bit. If anything, he looks far more like her than I. White hair, red eyes. They even have almost the same name. I think comparing her to a large, dour-looking man is a bit disrespectful. Don't pretend you look any more approachable. He's not even half the man you think he is. Was that really necessary, Morgana?
He is a man.
Indisputably a man, no matter what reason you have to claim otherwise.
Pelo menos alguém falou isso, além do Michel, né?
Actually, can angels be male or female?
Can you please get it out of the angel thing already?
So, what brings you two down here? We're here to free your soul. You're forgiving me? Absolutely not. However, I've decided there's no point in punishing me any further. I see. You are in no uncensored terms one of the most evil men I have ever encountered. I can hardly argue with that. Should you so desire, I can eradicate you.
Morgana, what are...
Let me finish, Michelle. Instead of letting your soul return, I can erase it. Your existence is a scar on the world. The allure of killing is too strong for you to resist. Even without my cause, you would bring pain and misfortune on others. You're right, and that would probably be for the best. The world would be better off without me. And I know that. I do. But I don't want to disappear. As you wish, then I will release your soul. Before I go, allow me to burn this into my soul. You must resist temptation if you are to blend in. So in my next life, I won't be a killer. I suppose it's worth trying. Do your best. I will. Farewell, Yukimasa. Until our souls cross paths once more in the boundless sphere of fate. Farewell, Morgana. He's not the only one who derives pleasure from another's pain. Morgana. It's strange. Setting them free, I both feel like a weight's been lifted, and like I'm the greatest villain of them all. Perhaps by forgiving them, you can come to forgive yourself. But if I forgive them, what does that make everything I've done up to now? The first step toward moving on. Could you forgive those who wronged you then? The woman who tormented you, your brother who made a mockery of you, your eldest brother who took your life, your mother so unwilling to accept you, she burned you at the stake, the villagers who falsely accused you of being a witch, your father who did that to the woman you love. Could you forgive them? If they were willing to repent. And if they weren't, or if they showed up intent on causing you more pain, then I suppose I'm not acting much better than any of them right now. Let's go. We have one more soul to set free. There's something I've been meaning to ask you. Is Giselle really there with you? Because I can't sense her at all. If she were in the mansion, I would know, but I can't feel her presence anywhere. Be honest with me, you can't feel her either, can you? Are you sure her soul hasn't extinguished? She's here. I'm certain of it. Lost somewhere deep in the mansion's darkness. Once we've purged that darkness, she should be free to return. I have faith in her. I see. Well, I'm not sure how much this means coming from me, but I hope you see her again. I will, and thank you. I'm actually rather fond of her, Giselle. Although, I suppose it's hard not to get a little attached to someone you spent several hundred years with. Just attached? Giselle, she's fairly fond of you herself. I can only hope. The smell of cigarette smoke seeps through the cracks in the den door. It's perfectly quiet behind it, however. No chatter of clacking or bit of billiard balls. Morgana appears slightly reluctant to step through the door. Or perhaps she's tense. Shall we? Her hand in mine, I push open the door. A shadow is perched on the edge of a dark green rectangular table. He freezes for a moment when he hears us enter, quickly finding his composure and marching towards us, determination in his step. The shadows dissolve, revealing the man. Morgana, your face, it healed. It did. It's been a long time coming. And would you look at that? Not a letdown. Was it him that healed you? Can't see what's him. Well, I'll be. Was always hoping I'd be the one to have the honor. He lost the qualification in you. Yeah, I know. I'm the one who made you into the witch. The one who killed you. I don't expect or deserve your forgiveness. I still like a chance to make amends in any way you wish, even if it means being cursed for all eternity. I'm here to release your soul. Once it's done, that's it for me. No curses, no forgiveness, nothing. Huh. So you're cutting ties completely. Damn. Truthfully, I had no idea how you felt about me. But that ship sailed long ago. Far, far too long ago. I know. Nothing can change how I feel about you. Not anymore. I bet. I'm going to release your soul now. Could you hold off on that a moment? I don't expect you to reciprocate or even accept. But if I don't put my feelings into words, I'll never get them through to you. I think that's how she put it anyway. So I asked for this one last chance to put them into words. Morgana. Fine. The girl with the white hair. My wife. Michelle? What of her? Something about that name always felt off to me. Could never shake the feeling that calling her that was somehow wrong. When I first saw her, first saw that smile, I was that certain that she was what had always been missing from my life. That I had finally found what I'd been searching for. And now I know why. Because I felt you and her, the memories of you ingrained on my soul. You should know better than anyone that we're nothing alike. That girl wouldn't say anything remotely impolite even if you held a knife to her throat. You're right, you're nothing alike, but you've both got this aura about that drew me in. Your soul's aura. I love you dearly, Morgana. I've got no right to ask anything of you, I know. But could you maybe smile for me? Just once is all I ask. I can't do it. I should. I know I should. It would let us end things on a nice note. But I can't force myself to smile. It wouldn't be fair. Yeah, I guess you're right. Sorry for putting you in that position. I've said my piece. I'm ready now. Okay? Very well then. Very well, Jacopo. Until our souls cross paths once more in the boundless pier of fate. Goodbye, Morgana. You couldn't have done anything more for him? Such as? I won't deny that my feelings about him are complicated, but the things he did to me, they eclipse all that. Merely learning the truth, hearing how he felt, is nowhere near enough to erase that. Couldn't you at least put a little hope in your next lives? That maybe you too could try again? No, I can't. I don't want to encounter him again, ever. Then, if nothing else, could you try not to forget that he did save you once? I suppose. But my salvation, Michelle, was not ultimately at his hands. I was watching to the very end. It may have all been an illusion constructed from the memories of everyone's souls. But that didn't make her actions any less real. The things you said to me, your earnest desperation, learning the truth is only partly why I decided to release their souls. The biggest reason, however, was seeing how far you went for me. If you hadn't been there for my death, if you hadn't done what you did, that I would not have freed them. Nonetheless, it is unfair for me to wish you'd shown him that smile and said, Morgana, well, that's the last of them. Shall we be off now? The front door should open, Now that I'm not willing into clothes any longer, shall we take our leave of this house? É mais uma coisa a ser feita. There's still one more soul that needs releasing. Be my guide. Bora bater um papo com o Georges. Still holding Morgana's hand, I make my way to the wall where the landscape painting hangs. You told me to come back if I ever figured out your name, Georges. Hey, Michelle. Hello. Haha, you figured out it was me? Of course I recognized my own brother. Well, granted, I didn't recognize you at first. So every day your big bro was up as a painting, huh? Came as quite a surprise when I finally made the connection. I'll bet it did. Hold on a minute. You two are brothers? I assumed you knew. Oh, hello there. Quite a companion you've got there, Michelle. So what brings you to my little corner of the house? I've decided I'm going to extinguish the mansion. Oh, really? Well, that's something. You act like I just told you what we're having for supper. This place is going to disappear. Forever. Well, yeah, sure, but what brought you about this? I've lost interest in cursing them. Ah, no, I had some good news. You seem to get along surprisingly well with her. Time now the hoo-ha, nobody else could do that to you. Not that she ever gave me the time of day much. You expect me to stand here and listen to you yammer on for hours on end. The only thing you're good for is tossing rubbish into. Wait, so she was the one who put the master bedroom key in the painting? As she was. Just tossed it right on without ever asking. Even asking. Why would you get rid of the key to my room? I had no use for it. And being in that room always made me uncomfortable. It has this terrible warmth to it. I couldn't stand it. Sure glad someone else thought she only tossed a key though. Would have been bad if she had thrown me out with it. I didn't see the need. I did find it curious there was a soul here I hadn't summoned, but you were ultimately harmless, so I simply pretended you weren't there. But she ignored him for hundreds of years. I understand now what you meant, Michelle. When you said this world didn't belong only to me. Your brother was able to find his way here, because it's a place deeply bound to your soul. I'm no expert on none of this spiritual stuff. All I know is one day it was just here and full of regret. If I had to guess, I'd say I probably ended up here because I wanted to be somewhere where I could feel you, Michelle. Georges, would you be so kind as to let me apologize? I know quite well how sorry you are. You rarely apologized once besides. I went years not seeing you, not hearing from you, not having any idea what you thought about me. So when I got that painting, it was a huge blow to me emotionally. But talking to you again has reminded me what kind of person you really are, Georges. You didn't mean to hurt me. Nope. Honestly, I had no idea what I was doing. Once I painted, so I painted it. When she told me she'd send it off to you, I didn't really think anything of it. It never even crossed my mind to think about how you felt out there all alone. The kind of pain you were going through just because of the way you were born. When you're not the one on the receiving end, it's easy to be completely blinded to your own actions. It never occurred to me that we'd essentially exiled you, Michelle. Not until it's all over. Really, all I can say is sorry you got stuck with such a dope for a brother. All I had to do was think about it for 2 seconds and I would realize what we were doing. And, you know, at the time I thought, what's it matter if you're a guy or a girl, you're still you. But I was wrong. It's not that simple. You can only imagine someone coming up to one day saying, nah, you're actually a girl. And everyone I care about certainly not wanting anything to do with me. What a jag that be. I'm real sorry, bro. It's okay, Georges. I forgive you. Thanks. I wanted so badly to see you and the deer again, Georges. And while I didn't get that chance in life, I'm still glad to have the opportunity to talk to you now, to hear the things you never got to say. It pains me to see you reduced to this form, but knowing that it's a result of overwhelming regret, that you were just desperate to find me again, it warms my heart. What on earth was that? Me trying my damnedest not to burst into tears. I don't think it works very well though. Does the canvas look wet? Did you feel it on me? For me? I think I'll pass. I'll fill it up for any brotherly love. Honestly, I'm relieved to see you're still the same George as always knew. Changing ain't really my thing after all. I suppose it isn't. This doesn't sit right with me. What? Why not? You're letting him off the hook far too easily, Michelle. I know very well just how much pain the painting caused you. It might as well have been what resurrected me. I've moved past that though. Make him pay for what he did. Scribble on him. Do what? Scrawl your anger all over that ridiculous painting. But I'm not angry. That's a damn fine idea if I ever heard one. You must definitely need to make me pay, Michelle. Judges? Go on. Hit me with everything you got. Scribble away. Even if I wanted to, I have nothing to draw with. Just use your finger there and I'll trace it out for you. Come on, what are you waiting for? Where's my holler, Michelle? Where's my holler? He really wants me to draw on him, doesn't he? More than deserves it, Michelle. Bring it on, Michelle! This conversation got bizarre fast. Okay. I'll draw on you. Oh my! Now that is downright ghastly. What? You might actually have potential, Michelle. Voodoo dolls are the last thing I expected from you. 4 of them at that! And I demand being alongside them. Oh, I can just feel your bunny rancor, Michelle. That's not what I drew at all. What? Then what is it? It's not important. Now that that's finished, I think it's fine we all took our leave. Oh, I can't come too. Well, I might need a little help with that, Michelle. As you can see, walking ain't one of my talents. It's alright, I'll carry you. Careful, take me off the hook. By all means, feel free to drop it, Michelle. I must say, that is a rather amusing sight. It's definitely not every day you get to see a full-grown man turn painting to being hauled down a spooky hall by his little bro. Georges. It does make you wonder though. Are you two really brothers? I have a hard time believing you share even a drop of blood with this obnoxious lout, Michelle. We are brothers, right, Georges? Well, let's just start questioning it too, Michelle. We are absolutely, positively, 100% brothers. She has a good point though. We don't even look that much alike. No shocking family plot twist here. I've known you since you were a baby, Michelle. Maybe you were secretly illegitimate, Georges, not me. You're not going to let go of this, are you? I'm just playing with you. Oh my god, you just laughed. Yes? What? I didn't get to see it. What was it like? Give me all the details. An ordinary laugh. So what was the ending? It's not that big a deal. I laugh just like everyone else. No, you most certainly do not. Nope, you definitely do not. Well, so much for my tearful reunion with a brother I always knew and loved. Anyway, since we're breaking character here, how about one from our favorite Wish too? And no cackling, that doesn't count. Excuse me. Why would you want me to? Because every time I see you smile, I never thought, and it's never been about anything good. Plus, now that you got your face back, you're actually quite the looker. Go on, give me a big old grin. Not happening. Come on. Okay, fine, if you don't want to do it for me, pretend it's from Michelle. What do I have to do with anything? You can do it for old Michelle, can't you? Show me some of those pearly whites, girlie. Oh, if you insist. I suppose I can smile for Michelle, but only him. Excuse me, what was that supposed to be my voice? Because I do not sound anything like that. Então o George sacou, pois é. Look at you, all puffing your cheeks and red in the face. Georges, try not to tease her too much. I don't know how anyone can stand you. It's like every word that comes from out of your mouth exists solely to ruin the mood. You know, maybe it wouldn't hurt to lighten up a bit. This is the end of a long journey, but that doesn't mean we have to make it a somber and uptight affair. I am genuinely not sure how I feel about you, the most somberly uptight man I know, telling me to lighten up. She's got a point, but I'm not that bad, am I? Anyway, shall we be off now? That we shall. The witch and her band of merry men departs. I'm not sure if one person at talking painting constitutes a band. Giselle, I know we'll find each other again. I have faith we will. We'll cast away this mansion's darkness, and then I will await your return, no matter how long it takes. Yes, I think it's time we took her leave. Having finished what we set out to do and retrieved George's as well, we make our way to the mansion's entrance hall. The large door stands there, firmly shut, holding in the darkness as it has for countless generations. But that time is almost at an end. The door is ready to be opened, to end the cycle and to begin anew. Being a painting for all this years, I never realized just how big a place this was. All I ever got to see was a hallway and maybe a couple of doors. I mean, talk about dull, you know? Feels like I'm on an adventure, exploring a whole new world. A very, very dark world. Michelle, would you mind shutting him up? Ele é o burro do Shrek. If only it were that simple. Can you blame me for being talkative? Oh, it was a lonely life. That would be fine if you had any concept of the appropriate time and place to be chatty. We were aware where we are right now. The entrance, by the look of things? Precisely. The end to a centuries-long act of vengeance is but a few feet beyond that door. And you're chatting away like it's another day at the court. Try to maintain at least a semblance of gravity if you would. I'm starting to notice you're rather ceremonious, aren't you, Morgana? This is a day to be celebrated, not to be all safe and no fun allowed. Are you not at all worried? There's no guarantee any hope lies beyond that door. After all, when the mansion disappears, so too will we. And that is the rightful state of things. Our present forms may cease to exist, but our souls will live on. And so long as they do, we will eventually return to the world. Let us press onward, not fearing a temporary end. So sad, Michelle. What happened? You just swept me right off him. Georges, I'm beginning to wonder what would happen if I threw you at the wall. Now, let's do anything hasty. Oh, for God's sake. You're the guide. So let's go then, shall we? Morgana's right. There is a severe lack of gravity to the affair, but thanks to George's lackadaisical nature, whatever fear I had is gone as well. His ever playful interactions bring me back to when I was alive, to when it was me and my two brothers. Fond memories of the times we had together, of the admiration I had for them, of me chasing after them. Nothing could possibly replace those days, and I'm glad I had a chance to reflect on them, if briefly, before the end. I take a few steps forward, stopping just in front of the door, and Morgana steps up beside me. I envision the light that lies beyond it, radiant and white, waiting to reap through the darkness, the light we seek, that we've long sought. I take in a deep breath, look up at the door, place my hand on its surface, and push it open, welcoming the future it holds. Burn the witch. Huh? Crucify the impure. We take one step back, then another. When we fight outside is not a blinding realm of light, but churning blackness and the stench of blood and rust. Metal clanks, growing louder with each heavy footstep. I want out this wild ride of the approaching night.
Oh shit. Verdade, a alma dele ainda tá aqui. Death to the unholy. 3 days and 3 nights hanged upon the cross. Purified by the fires of heaven. Death.
What's going on? I never summoned this thing.
Even though we're no longer holding hands, I can feel Morgana trembling. She's no longer the witch, the once absolute ruler of this domain, but a frightened young girl. Placing my arm around her shoulders and pulling her in, I stare half dumbfounded at the knight. It is our holy duty, as knights of the church, to lay their punishment onto heathen, who made a pact with the devil. The knight draws nearer and nearer, its movements sluggish but constant. Teacher.
Fight for real?
Crucify the witch. Cast judgment upon the demon. The word witch coming from the delirious, vengeful phantom's mouth proves far more distressful for Morgana than me.
Well, hold on. What's Dee doing here?
Please come to your senses, Didier.
I know it's you.
Judgment, crucifixion, execution.
No, I'm not. I'm not a witch.
The knight is partially occluded by the dark, the writhing miasma enveloping him, but he bears the same muscular build as the Didier I knew in life. He is unwaveringly determined to see us executed. Didier, this is not how I had hoped our reunion would go, Didier. Why, after so very long? Is this how the three of us find each other again? Images flashed through my mind the day I left the Bollinger State. When Didier promised me we would one day meet again. Them, each giving me a hug before I climbed into the carriage. First Didier, then Georges. Is this my fault? Is it here because I wish to be reunited with my brothers? Is this the way fate chose to grant that wish? Burn the witch. Huh? Well, look at that. Guess I'm not your only blockheaded brother, huh? Georges. Before we get any bright ideas, Michelle. It's not your fault our longer-awaited family reunion didn't quite go as planned. Just like me, Dee cussed himself. Only it seems this was a whole lot more powerful. God, I really didn't pay a lick of attention to either of you, did I? The unclean witch must be purified from this world. It is my duty. Hey Dee, you in there? I show a whole lot of crap onto your plate. Keeping out the family name, taking care of mom, just about everything I could leave to you, I did. I must uphold the honor of the family name. And then when the walls all over, I blend you for killing your little brother. I was convinced that you couldn't do anything. You were stronger than anyone. Crucify the witch. I'm sorry, Dee. Burn the witch. Continues this bloody march forward, seemingly unaffected. It's impossible to tell if George's words were getting through to him. Stop, Didier, please. My words don't seem to be either. Didier! It's closing in on us, and we're running out of space to retreat. Right, Dee. That's how it's gonna be. It's gotta be. Just this once, okay? The knight takes another heavy, merciless step towards us. The exit's right there, but we're backed up against the wall. The end was almost within our grasp, yet it seems so hopelessly far away now. Please, Didier, don't do this. I know you don't actually want to hurt anyone. Didier! The knight raises his sword, thrusting it forward with a sharp whoosh. Death! But then, breaking free from my grasp, the painting leaps into the air. I'm really sorry. You got stuck with a pair of dolts for brothers. Georges! The next second, my eldest brother's blade pierces Georges. Georges! Georges! His form wavers momentarily before fading into the darkness, his voice lingering behind. Don't worry about me, Michelle. Got my share of redemption already. I know it can be a bit of a pain. But do for Dee what you did for me, would you? Now go on, call out to him. Suck in a big old breath, and call out to our brother with everything you got. Georges! It is my duty to punish the impure. Yeah! To uphold the Bollinger name. Teacher! Despite having already stabbed Georges, the knight continues his march.
Blade pointed straight at me. I clenched my teeth and glared at my eldest brother. Running is out of the question. This doesn't have to go any longer. It is my duty as the eldest son. You deserve to be freed from your bonds as well. Be gone from this world. Didier! I shout his name with every ounce of air in my lungs. His eyes go wide, and his blade swerves off course, missing my heart. And piercing my gut instead. Teacher, it's okay. You can let go now. It's not your responsibility anymore. You have no duty to anything anymore. Teacher! I reach a hand out for my brother. Blood spills from the hole in my abdomen in rhythmic spurts. I can feel something not hot rising in my throat, but that doesn't stop me. That doesn't stop my hand crawling through the air toward him. It's my brother. I have to do whatever I can for him. Free him, bring him back! Teacher, there's nothing here. In need of your judgment. With shaking fingers, I clasp my brother's arm. I squeeze, holding on with what vigor remains, and give another shout. Look me in the eyes, Teacher, please! Hear my voice! Hear your brother's voice! I can't stand to lose anyone else! If you don't come to your senses, then George's sacrifice will have been in vain. It's time for you to break free, for all three of us to be free of the curses we place on ourselves. Teacher, please! I hear a sound that's somewhere between a grunt and a gasp. My vision's gone blurry, so I blink hard several times, clearing my eyes to get a better look at him. Teacher! I see his face, twisted in anguish. Michelle. Teacher. Oh, thank goodness. You heard my voice. Did I do this to you, Michelle? It's nothing. I've made the same terrible mistake once more. Teacher, I caused you harm. Attempted to take your life. It's alright, teacher. Michelle, release yourself from the chains that bind you. But those aren't your duties anymore. You don't have to protect the family name or uphold the order standards. You can do as you wish. Punish me for my wrongdoing. Please, Michelle, punish me. Teacher, cast judgment upon me. It's all in the past. Judgment is not necessary for anyone. That doesn't change what I did. I killed you. I hanged you from a cross. I must be made to pay for my sins. Punish me, Michelle. I implore you. Teacher, I think I know now why you never removed your helm that day. Why you remained silent for the whole ordeal. Michelle, you're crying, weren't you? Weeping for me. Your tears are atonement enough for me. Michelle! You bore a great deal of responsibility in life. As the Bollinger's firstborn, you were obligated to protect the family's honor. And as a knight of the church, you were tasked with the duty of my execution. You had no other choice. I sincerely believe that there was nothing else you could have done. I bear no grudge against you. No resentment for the decisions we were forced to make. And I certainly don't curse you. Let's just forget it all. It's long over and done. Still it was a mistake I never should have made. I took the life of the purest soul I know. There is no honor in that! This year, I put protecting the family name above protecting my actual family. You trusted me. You believed in me to the very end, and I killed you. I knew what I was doing. I knew you weren't cursed. I knew you weren't a witch. I knew you weren't a demon child. You were never unclean. You were my brother. Your family. And I robbed you of your life! There's no one in this world more unfit to be a knight than me. You don't have to be a knight anymore. You don't have to be the Bollinger's firstborn son. Deciding not to wear those labels won't make you any less the brother I always loved. I'm honored to have been born into the same family as you. Michelle! You're something I never had the chance to tell you, DJ. All my life, I looked up to you, admired you, and I still do, even now. If there's a next life awaiting us, I hope we can be brothers again, DJ. Would you mind if I wished for that? No. No, of course not. Please do. And I hope you'll all allow me to wish for the same. I love you, Michelle. My dear little brother. Upon those words, DJ's phantom begins fading away. A white mist that almost looks like it's made of undulating particles of light rises up around him, and before he's completely enveloped, I catch a glimpse of the tears streaking his cheeks. It's the first time I've ever seen him crying. I attempt to give him a smile in return. If I were to guess, I'd say it probably looks rather forced. The fact that I'm fighting back tears at the same time certainly isn't doing anything to make it convincing. Michelle mandando homecoming pro DJ. Before he's completely faded away, I wrap my arms around my brother's shoulders, much like he did for me on the day of my exile. Not as an eternal farewell, but as a promise that we'll meet again. DJ, Georges, right now, in this moment, I have no regrets about having been born a Bollinger, as all I have is great pride. So I pray that one day, be it 10 or 1,000 years from now, the three of us can be reunited. I've got a number of things going through my mind right now. Morgana. I'm just not sure how to put any of it into words. Don't worry. Those words say everything. You can cry if you want. Mamãe e papai podem se fuder real. I won't mock you, I promise. No, I won't cry. I'll save my tears for our reunion. Oh, that painting. It didn't have to get itself destroyed. He'll be fine. Yeah, he'll be fine, I'm sure. I have faith. And as you know quite well, wishes do come true. Would you mind giving me a hand, Morgana? I'm going to need a little help getting back up. After a moment's pause, she hesitantly extends her fleshless hand. I clasp the bones, and with her aid pull myself to my feet. Blood spurts from my gut as I do. There's not much in the way of pain, strangely. Only creeping exhaustion. Calma, eu tenho certeza que vai vir. Eu tenho fé. Eu tenho fé. Vem sim, eu tenho fé. I feel like my legs will give out if I so much as give him the chance. Leaning on Morgana, we make our way back to the entrance. You're not going to disappear, are you? Don't worry, Morgana. I won't disappear. Alright. Let's open a door, together. Bring light into this world of darkness. Move forward. Start anew. Brighter. Let's. I take in a deep breath. Look up at the door. My eyes on the future. It's time to open a door. Not to an ending, but to the door to a new beginning. May the world that awaits us be filled with light! Tá bom, Sora. Immersed in near blinding light, we press onward. It's wide in all directions, not the tiniest speck of color to contaminate it. In fact, the concept of direction doesn't seem to exist in this world. Only pure, never-ending white. A gente vai encontrar o Lula Molusco em algum lugar. Actually, no. That's not right, now that I consider it. I was thinking of white as an absence of color. But white, the color, fills this plane. It's all disappearing. We made the right choice, didn't we? Yes, this is how it's meant to be. You're a rather impressive man. I hope you realize. Not only did you free 3 trapped souls, you also saved your brother. I didn't do any of that alone. Without help, I doubt I would have made it this far. I would have shattered yet again until nothing was left. And Giselle gave you that strength? She did. So what? You're going to wait here for her? I am. In that condition? I won't let myself disappear before she's made it back. Do you remember the warning I gave you in the mansion? About how if a soul is damaged and destroyed, it's wholly and utterly erased from existence. Never to return in any shape or form. If you lose much more blood, then that's what will happen to you. You'll be erased forever. Don't worry, I won't let that happen. You push yourself too hard, Michelle. I feel like you're hurt in some way, almost every time I see you. Though I suppose about half of that would be my doing. You may have caused me some pain, but I also wouldn't be here without you. What? I mean it. If you say so. Besides, I've practically only seen you hurt, ever seen you hurt too. I suppose so. Whatever form your soul may assume in your next life, I'll be praying there's far less pain in it for you. This is why I'll never get along with you. Always concerned about others. Can I ask you something? If you were to be born again, would you want it to be in a fully male body? That's what I've always wanted, so yes, I would. In your next life, if you have one, do you want to see Giselle again? Absolutely, I do. And what if you could only have one or the other? Which would you choose? Do you even need to ask? No, I suppose not. You know, I'm neither a witch nor a saint, just an ordinary powerless soul now. So my wishes aren't likely to cause any more miracles. But I wish for something anyway. For what? Not telling. Better. Cadê? A galera não sabe sorrir muito bem, mas a gente aceita. Aqui, chat. Temos toda a coleção, estão todos aqui. Ai, estão todos aqui. Oh my god. I'm so happy. Well, I'll be off then. Alright. I didn't think it would be so difficult to come up with parting words. You can say whatever you like. The first thing that comes to mind is fine. Okay? And then I'll say to you the same thing I said to them. Farewell, Michelle. Until our souls cross paths once more in the boundless sphere of fate. Farewell, indeed. If, however, if by some infinitesimally low chance we do happen to meet again, would you be my friend? Morgana, absolutely. I wouldn't want it any other way. I'm not a nice person, you know. I'm nothing with the white haired girl. I'm sure to be off-putting and rude, to cause you much grief and pain. Don't worry, I'm resilient enough to handle a little pain without pulling away. You're as fine as you are. You don't need to change. So let's meet up in our next lives and become good friends. Not good friends and not acquaintances either. Just plain friends. Understood? Understood. I'm rather looking forward to it. Now, this is goodbye for real. So I suppose I'll part with some uncharacteristic honesty. I'm glad to have had you in my life, Michelle. And thank you for everything. Morgana. Farewell. Until our souls cross paths once more. So quiet. So unbelievably desolate. Giselle, I've endured centuries waiting for me to return. I'll wait right here for as long as I must. I can feel the mansion, the gathering place for the departed, fading away. I did it, Giselle. I broke the curse. I cast off the darkness. I saved Morgana and all the other souls trapped there. I couldn't have done it without you. I miss you, Giselle. All I want is to see your face, to hear your voice, feel your warmth, tell you how much I love your smile. Where are you, Giselle? I know I said I wouldn't let myself disappear until you come back. And I'm wishing with all my might for my body to hold out, but it doesn't seem to be working very well. I'm coming to realize as I grow weaker that the will of one man is nothing in the face of the will of the universe. Where are you, Giselle? Can't see you anywhere. I can see right through my hands, Giselle. My lower body is already gone. The rest of it is following. I hope you'll still be able to find me, even without a body. I've lost my voice now, Giselle. I don't have much left to lose. I'm dissolving into the light. Say my name, Giselle. I want to hear you say my name. I'm here, waiting for you. Sim, a mansão se desfazendo, o motivo dela existir, se esvaindo. Where are you, Giselle? Am I making it through to you, even a little? I need you. I can't allow myself to disappear until you've returned. Giselle. Sabia que ia aparecer isso. Ia ser o último. Michelle. Finally. I've finally found you. I'm sorry it took so long. Don't worry, Michelle. I know that's you. I'll always be able to recognize you, no matter what. You don't have to be afraid. I wouldn't have made it out if it weren't for you, Michelle. A ray of light reached deep within the darkness, all the way down to where I was lost. It was a light more radiant than anything I've ever seen. So much so, I couldn't hold back my tears. You fought so very hard. You broke Dimension's curse. You released it from the darkness. I was right about you. You are strong. Immeasurably so. Can you hear me there, Michelle? I'm sorry for keeping you waiting so long. For letting you deteriorate like this. But thank you. Thank you for waiting. Now it's time for us to return back to our rightful places. So please, Michelle, don't disappear on me. Don't let your soul's flame be extinguished. I beg you, keep holding on. There's still so much I need to tell you. I want to hear your voice. I want to feel your arms around me once more. I don't care when as long as I can have that someday. So that means I need you to not disappear on me. Michelle? Michelle? I believe in you, Michelle. I believe you're still here, that you're still holding on. So I ask that one day you will come and take my hand again. Hello? Anybody in there? I was about to start, and last I checked, the teacher never came in through the window. Right, just a second. Been doing that a lot lately, just staring out the window. Just watching for something, or it's just spacing out. This girl is usually out there around this time every day. Right over there, see her? Huh? On that one. Like she's got the junior high and field streets now? It's what I thought. Look at her hair, the flakes color. Well, it's that same color as mine. Can't get her out of my mind. Oh, really? You're that interested. Why not go have a chat sometime? I don't know. I wouldn't even know where to begin. Obviously, you just gotta go with the old classic. Hey, baby, we'll get some ice cream and hang out. That sounds like a great way to get slapped. Not trying to pick her up. You're lying to yourself, man. No, I don't know, like, I'm curious, that's all. And I'm curious what makes your head work, because it sure ain't what everyone else runs on. Now get moving, it's almost time for class. Wait, I'm coming. I wonder what her name is. Hey, did you hear about the new ice cream shop that just opened up down at the bus stop? I did. I hear that their mint is super good too. Now I want to try it. What do you say? You want to go check it out? Let's go. Get some of that mint with a big pile of chocolate chips on top. Oh, I know. I'll get a double scoop. That sounds amazing. I'm going to get a double too. I bet the line's going to be crazy. We better get going or... What is it? The cute boy who goes to that school there. And I think we just locked eyes for a second. Oh, what does he look like? A prince. A prince? Seriously? Don't you be making fun of princes now? You're not 9, you're 14. You still haven't grown out of your fairy tale phase? Like, oh my god. Just wait, one of these days I'll meet a real prince, and then you won't be laughing anymore. Like you just ever be able to get a real prince's attention. Hey, that's not very nice. Chuck, blockhead, meanie. Come on, let's get going. Oh, fine. I'll show you one day. That is my prince. We couldn't be luckier to have a talented engineer like yourself assigned to our branch. You don't give me too much credit, sir. You don't give yourself enough credit. I've seen your record, and you come highly recommended from HQ. We've got high hopes for you. The higher your hopes, the greater the fallout when I make a mistake. It frightens me. What you call a mistake is what we generally refer to as a great accomplishment. I don't think I've ever met anyone as close to the perfect human being as you. I am far, far from perfect. You Japanese really are a humble lot, aren't you? What is it? I thought I just saw a woman I recognize. We get a lot of tourists from your parts of the world around here. She's not Japanese. No, I must have been imagining it. This is my first time in France after all. Ugh. The art museum. Shopping. How can you take a vacation to France and not want to see the art? We were there all day yesterday, and you agreed before we left today we would be shopping today. That was before I realized just how big it was. Just how many beautiful paintings they had on display. There's no way one day is enough to see it all. One whole day of my vacation bored out of my skull. Not like I can eat the stuff, so what's it good anyway? Please? How about this? We go to a different museum, just no art this time. Oh? What kind of museum if you don't want to look at the art? A torture museum! I think I hate you. Lighten up! You're telling me you don't want to see centuries of torture devices from all around the world? Absolutely not. Then we stick to the plan to go shopping. Oh, have it your way. But you didn't have to be so... Child behind you! What? God damn, that hurt. Oh, I'm sorry. Learn to watch where you're walking, why don't you? If you're so desperate to make a damn ruckus, go find a cafe somewhere out of the way. Well, excuse me. I apologize, didn't I? Don't need to be such a dickwad. Never ever heard of talking, or is yelling the only thing you're capable of? This is why I can't stand tourists. Have some damn consideration for the people who aren't just here to fool around. For the love of God. The hell's got sharp panties in a... And he's gone. I'm sure it was something. Something is right, and it's sufferable asshole more like. Burning hell, motherfucker. That's sad, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Nah, it's just your imagination. É apenas dia normal em Paris. Real. You there, the paper. Good lord, the stock market is a damn mess. What a nightmare. Tourists don't know how to shut up. The French are a bunch of stuck-up snobs. This piece is awful. Nobody knows how to make a spaghetti. Maybe I should just pack up my bags and forget it all. The hell is this? An article about the human voice. Scientists are studying the effects of the frequency in the human voice having a brain. Keep this mumbo jumbo out of the paper, my god. Save it for some paranormal science magazine. Back to the stocks page. Damn it, the wind got my head. What is wrong with today? I believe this is yours. Yeah, thank you. The pleasure is mine. Have a nice... hold on a second, yes? First off, before I say anything, I'm not trying to hit on you. Don't get the wrong idea. Now, have we met before? We have, yes. When? And where? A long time ago. Much too long for you to remember. Excuse me? Our paths crossed in a mansion many years ago. I'm glad to see that you haven't changed a bit.
I'm not particularly in the mood for jokes and supernatural nonsense today.
I'm quite serious.
One more question. Do we have any shared acquaintances?
We do, yes. But I could not say whether she is here or not. Hopefully you have the chance to cross paths with her. I too am looking for someone. Have a good day, sir.
Yeah, goodbye.
There are memories. Memories ingrained in my soul. Over the years, they've grown gradually more distinct. And now, at the age of 21, remember everything. Were I to tell this to anyone, they would think me mad. So I've kept it to myself my whole life. Remember many ages ago there was a mention. There I met and lost someone dear to me. There I waited for him to return. Remember all the centuries I spent waiting. And I remember he almost lost his soul trying to save me.
Calma aí, Gisele. Uma pessoa mortal ao adquirir centenas de anos de memórias é muita coisa.
I am, once again, waiting for him. I'm making my way to where the mansion once stood, a single red rose in hand. A rose containing all my hopes, my dreams, my love. A prayer that it might one day reach you. Roses make wonderful gifts, after all. It probably sounds like I'm out of my mind, waiting for a man who exists only in my memories. A man who, in my 21 years of life, I never once even caught a glimpse of. But that doesn't matter, because I know how much he means to me. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I will wait. I will trust the memories barred into my soul. I don't know when he'll show up, or if he even will. Maybe we'll never meet in this life. Maybe I'll wait until I've grown old and died. But should that happen, I'll continue waiting for you in my next life. And the one after that if I have to. I'll always be waiting, no matter how long it may take. How great the obstacles that stand in my way, or what form you may assume. I'll wait as long as it takes. Another 100, another 1,000 years. So just promise you come back for me. Michelle. Caralho, velho. Não existem palavras. Não sei como descrever isso. Sinceramente. Como diria Hideo Game, videogames.
Já chorei, tá? Don't worry. You don't have to wait any longer. Giselle. I'm here for you. Me deu uma de Georges agora.
Estou contando os dias que nós passamos. O que você esconde de toda calada? Não me deixe somente.
There are memories ingrained in my soul. I remember there once stood a mansion here, in which many tragedies took place, in which great pain was suffered. Much of what happened in those walls was unspeakable, but they are events I should never have forgotten, because amidst all the misfortune, I attained something irreplaceable. Giselle, there's so much I have to say, so much I want you to know, but I'm sure I'll have plenty of time to get to all that. So for the time being, allow me to say this. Giselle. Your smile is the light of my life. I want to spend my days with you. With that smile always at my side. And nothing to get in our way. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. I ask of thee, O Father, to bestow upon their souls thy blessing. Um momento.
estou contando os dias que nós passamos. O que você esconde de toda calada, não me deixe somente. Olha, olha, já sou.
Tem mais 3 finais pra pegar. Já é um final suficiente. Olha, eu vou ser sincero, não é comum pra mim, na minha experiência, pegar o melhor final logo de cara. Oi, Morgana. Eu não vou fazer as vozes, gente. Ou talvez eu faça, foda-se. I wish I knew how all these undivided souls kept finding the way to my mansion. Well, never mind that for now. The fact that you're here means you've uncovered all the mansion's mysteries, yes? Yeah, my congratulations for having the fortitude to endure such a grim tale. Que pariu, Morgana, vai tomar no cu. Da melhor forma possível. I would ask you what you thought of it, but unfortunately that is even beyond even my powers. Since you're here, though, how would you like to take a little tour of the house? That is, if you're willing to take this hand. You've got a strong stomach, at least. Before we begin our little trek, I would like to emphasize that this is, as the title implies, a look behind the curtains of the house in Fata Morgana. If you just completed the game and would like some time to dwell on it, you're welcome to head back now. But should you choose to continue, I encourage you to do so knowing that what you're about to read does not in any way respect the tone of the game proper. You'll be making your way into the heads of the staff themselves, and I promise you, it's not a pretty sight. You see some people who shouldn't be here, things that contradict the events of the game, a general sense of pandemonium. You do best not to think much of any of it. That said, I would prefer not to have to guide you around the house all by myself. Not because I have anything in particular against you, of course. Simply think it would be inappropriate for him not to accompany us. Yes, him, this story's protagonist. Let us be off then. Ah, I found another split end. Look, this one's split into 3. I don't know why you're so excited about split ends. My hair is such a mess, maybe I should just cut it all off. It's not particularly attached to having long hair. I'm not sure how I feel about that idea. I quite enjoy playing with their hair myself. Says the woman who once called me a hair monster. I didn't actually mean that. It was just, you know, a little overwhelmed at the time about how unexpectedly handsome you are, but I couldn't bring myself to say it. Maybe we should choose sickening lovebirds spontaneously combust. Hey, what was that for? Be careful what you wish for, quite literally. We might actually go up in flames. How long have you been standing there, Morgana? As the true master of this house, I am everywhere at all times, even in the bathrooms. Ew. Don't worry, when I was in her position, I closed my eyes and plugged my ears when you were doing your business. I think it's enough toilet humor for the time being, especially in front of our guests. You're the one who brought it up. Wait, what guest? Oh, so you can't see the soul beside me. It's quite a shame. Could they be who was watching over us? I had better give them my thanks then. Unfortunately, I can't see you there, but either way, thank you very much for accompanying us to the end of our story. Go on, Michelle, just thank them too. Thanks. You're the protagonist. Surely you can do better than that. Did you really consider me the protagonist? What, did you hit your head and lose your memory again? You just never really seemed that way to me. I can understand that. You didn't become an active participant in the story until the end of chapter 4, Michelle. In some ways, you could regard the first 4 chapters as an extended prologue. But once you reclaimed yourself, you were most definitely playing the protagonist, especially the final chapter. You had me swooning by the end. Sure. Thanks. I'm going to bring Michelle with me, and only Michelle. Aw, what about me? Because with you around, he turns into a lovesick, airheaded dope. He's about as useless to me as a wet paper sack full of potatoes. Come on now, get moving. Are you sure I can't come with you? Absolutely not. You spoil him in more ways than one. What are you going to do though? What do you think, my dear? What any respectable behind the scenes extra would do, of course. We're going to visit each room in the mansion and faff about like a bunch of fools. That sounds a lot like spend 1,000 lines talking trash about Michelle to me. I seem to recall plenty of faffing about in the main game anyway. Why don't we do something we couldn't do there? Just a thing. Here, the cue cards. Cue cards. They got profiles and all the miscellaneous notes from the creators about each of the characters. I thought they might come in handy. I can see them being useful, yes, but why exactly do you have those? Apparently, it's the mate's job to give the star of the show his notes. Is that a fact? If I'm not mistaken, the maid had cue cards in the other extra as well. They represent those miniaturized things were not actually us. Can't help but feel the creators were screwing with us on some level. Actually, since we're here, maybe we should start with the two of you before we head out. I'll read your profile, Michelle. I doubt you'd want to do it yourself, would you? Hand over the cue cards. Alright, now let's begin. This pathetic, long-haired man is, believe it or not, the protagonist of the House of Fata Morgana. See, I told you this is how it would go. You can't deny a lot of readers probably didn't expect the creepy white-haired recluse to turn out to be the main character. According to this, 2 of the creators' goals for this game were to subvert readers' expectations and cast new light on old information the farther you progress through the story. Deu pra ver! Deu pra ver! You 2 are probably the most obvious examples of that. Don't forget about yourself, Morgana. Even before the focal point of the game, my story, was revealed, there were examples of lines of events taking on new meaning as each of the first 3 chapters developed. Though perhaps there are some people whose interpretations did not change throughout the course of the tales. That is true. First, Mel seems like a very likable young man, but by the end of his chapter, he had revealed himself as a helplessly worthless child. The second chapter was pretty crazy too, when we found out about ukulele, that was it. No, that's not how I pronounce his name. As recalled it's eucalyptus. You already made that joke, let it go, please. That creature doesn't need a name, just call him the beast. Chapter 3 was something else too. My impression of Acaba and Maria had completely turned around by the end. At the end of that chapter, you learned what kind of man he really was, which then ties into the revelations in the final chapter. Piles of human garbage, the 3 of them. But we'll go into more detail about them later. Right now, it's Michelle's turn. The core aspects of the character are justice and righteousness. What? Why are you looking at me like I just told you the sky is purple? I was expecting something so flattering to come out of your mouth. But I really think of myself that way. I'm hardly a paragon of virtue. That's true. Putting a knife to a woman's neck isn't very righteous. My sincerest apologies. You had your reasons, I know. But it was pretty terrifying at the time. I don't hold it against you, though. Anyway, while those are the core aspects of your character, they got buried over the course of the abuse and misfortune you suffered throughout the story. Your circumstances in life forced you to repress yourself, and once you were free from those restrictions in the final chapter, you were able to act as the man you truly are, or something to that effect. I'd say it was Giselle's influence more than anything that got me through the final chapter. Like I said in the game, I couldn't have done it on my own. I'm glad I could be of assistance. I really needed to peel those two apart. We're never finished, they keep making goo eyes with each other every 10 seconds. That's supposed to be my character, and there's one thing I can't wrap my head around. Peraí. Essa choradeira toda entupiu meu nariz. And what would that be? How the promotional material portrays me. É verdade, tem ainda... Tem uma coisa que não apareceu ainda. Ah não, pera, não, deixa pra lá, eu acho que eu tô confundindo. The staff has a fondness for being misleading, the writer especially. Take my portrayal in the demo's backstage extra. What was that all about? Well, it was the demo. I'm sure they just didn't want to spoil the surprise. It was fun calling you my whipping boy too. And your portrayal makes sense if we assume that Michelle there was from when it was just two of us living in a mansion. You were pretty damaged at that point, which was largely my fault, I suppose. In any event, the promotional materials are already out there, so there's nothing you can do about it. You are, for all intents and purposes, officially a NEET. Material profissional geralmente é white hair girl. É, verdade. Well, now that the game's over, I have a couple of things I'd like to get off my chest. And what would those be? I never wanted to be a recluse. Well said indeed. Also, I never wanted to die a virgin. Well said indeed. Though I must say it seems rather irreverent to joke about either of those, knowing what we now know. But, well, we're not the ones writing. We just say what we're told to. Regardless, I can't say I'm completely satisfied, but I'm happy enough my story was adequately explained in the game itself. I'm genuinely impressed you can be happy about any of your story, considering the kind of hell we were put through. There were how many dead ends? And you took quite the beating on more than one occasion. A lot of that does fall on my head, I suppose. Holy, stop smiling. You can't see it as anything. Oh, that reminds crucial than your core of justice and righteousness. Terrible things happen to you. Why must be universal be so? Well, I am someone else to be. I don't bad as either of you. You spent centuries completely and utterly broken. That's all in the past, though. I'm back to my old self now, and that's enough for me. You are naturally skilled at whitewashing the past. In fact, the both of you are far too forgiving. Although I suppose that's why you end up as a hero and heroine of the story. But I'm still the anti-heroine. You say that like it's something to be proud of. Well, that about covers the main character, Michelle. In conclusion, he's a 27-year-old man with his head in its clouds who talks like a character out of a bad fairy tale. What happened to all that about justice and righteousness? Why couldn't you conclude with that? He also has no sense of humor and doesn't realize that they're the exact same thing. Could you try not buttering me up only to tear me back down again? Even in verse would be preferable. And to top it all off, he's completely incompetent when it comes to romance. I knew it! I knew it was how it was going to go! I drank you being made fun of number 2 in terms of when you're most interested, Michelle. Gee, thanks, that makes me feel so much better. Now, since we seem to have fallen back to our usual routine, let's move on to Giselle, shall we? What? Me next? Oh, I've got butterfly in my stomach. And here we have, believe it or not, the heroine of the game. What's so hard to believe about that? Tell me, would you have ever imagined that maid with her creepy laugh was once this bubbly ball of energy? I'd rather not think about that time as a maid.
I can't say I blame you.
The blind was completely mush at the time. If you allow me to say, the maid outfit was quite the eye-catcher. Hold your tongue, my dear. Now, I have to ask Giselle, where in the world did you pick up those laughably flowery speech patterns? Are you sure you want to know? Is there any reason I wouldn't? I picked it up from you, Morgana. Excuse me? Like when you're really ripping into someone, Morgana, you kind of start talking like a character in a stage play. You calling me theatrical? You take that back. So the maid's speech patterns were modeled after Morgana's, huh? That would definitely make sense considering the tone of the 4th chapter. Don't you be talking about me even up your head! Not a word. Regardless, my speech patterns and the maids share nothing in common, and you're terrible human beings for so much as suggesting it. What are you mocking about? Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that human Morgana is kinda incredibly adorable. Ah, you're blushing. Look at her. She's blushing. Oh, be quiet. You're just going to stand by and watch as your girlfriend insults me like this, Michelle? I have to agree if you ask me. You are pretty adorable right now. It's like 2 tiny little tomatoes are growing on your face. And you're not blushing, and if the 2 of you don't take back off, I'll cast a curse on your souls for all eternity. It seems a bit excessive. We seem to have gotten off track. Let's take a look back at Giselle's profile now, shall we? I can't imagine that there's much written there. You obviously are a very good judge of your own character then. No sane person would have spent centuries waiting for a man they only knew for a year. It isn't the amount of time we were together that matters. Besides, it was more complicated than that. With how we were forced to part ways, there was no way I could let it end there. Also, we're bound on a cellular level. I think I just vomited in my mouth a little. Eu também, Morgana. Eu também. Oh, it wasn't that bad, was it? Moving on. So as you can see, Giselle has her own fair share of baggage as well. But she's an optimistic woman, proactive about moving on. Hidden behind the maid was a fairly classic heroine character. Giselle and the maid came about because one day the creators decided they really wanted to see a cheerful young woman turned into a broken husk of a human. Poor Giselle. Another thing they wanted to do with Giselle was start out with her as essentially the story's narrator, and then, over the course of the game, pull her out of the position and turn her into a real character. On a somewhere unrelated note, Giselle's portrayal, or the maid's I suppose, outside the game was possibly worse than mine. It was! I was practically evil in the demo's backstage scene. I'd estimate about 70% of the character the staff tried to play off as a maid was actually Morgana. You're making it sound like I'm evil now. Fact I was not stand for. You weren't evil, but you were definitely an antagonist for a good portion of the game. We've already established that the staff got off on being intentionally misleading, so let's assume that's what it was and move on. Before I forget, there's one other important note on Giselle's profile we still need to go over. Oh? And what would that be? It has the largest breasts of anyone in the game. Ok, bom de se notar. I saw that, Michelle. I saw you sneaking a look. Don't you think you can fool me? It's hard not to look, frankly. You guys have no idea what it's like. My shoulders are constantly stiff. It's terrible. Hold on a second. Didn't it say on your profile that you prefer small boobs? What? I never said that. And do you think we're going to trust you? But enough of that. That's Giselle and are the maid for you. She started out the game seemingly full of secrets and possibly scheming something, and turned out to be ideal wife material. Ideal wife material, I like the sound of that. Why does she get so much better treatment than me? The story is supposed to be, at least to some degree, about Michelle's growth, so without Giselle around, imagine it would have ended failing that goal spectacularly. Wife demais, most likely. The two of us kept each other going. Now that about sums up everything I have to say about you two, so we're going to go for a little walk around the mansion. You stay here, keep yourself entertained, Giselle. I'd rather come with you.
I'm staying too.
No, you're coming. You don't cast another curse on their 3 souls. As you will want all your hard work in a game to go to waste.
You have to threaten me, okay? Fine, I'll be back shortly, so.
Have fun. I'll be here when you go back.
Hey, Michelle, you can have the cue cards back. It's now your job to read off their profiles. Do I really have to? You might as well do something. What happened to Michelle from the game's climax? Because right now you look like breathing is too much effort to bother with. You just don't think I'm the right person to be talking about other people's characters. You might have a point. If you don't have someone to keep you in check, you'll start defending anyone, no matter how heinous. You really ought to learn to call a sinner a sinner. She's asleep for half the game. Anyway, it's your job, understood? Well, whatever. Let's get going then, shall we? We'll start by visiting the 3 men who instigated my cuss. And I think I'll let you, our guest, decide the order. Eu tenho como salvar? Acho que eu tenho, né? Salvar aqui no final. Skip. Vamos dar um skip só pra ver o quanto de texto tem. Já que não é história, tá de boas. Ah, o jogo não vai me deixar dar skip em coisa que eu ainda não li. Ok. Bom sistema, aliás, devo admitir. Deve ter algum tipo de autosave interno que salva até onde você foi como progresso para depois você poder dar skip nos negócios de novo. Ah, não é tão longo, né? É. Mas até que é um pouquinho mesmo. Isso é música nova, não é? Isso nunca tocou no jogo. Vai falar com todos? Ah, na segunda porta? Ah, eu não tava lembrado. Tipo, todos? Putz, tá. Entendi, então. Esses são só os 3 primeiros. Tá, entendi. Bom, agora que eu tive tempo de ver as gracinhas e tudo mais, eu posso dar minhas considerações finais do jogo. Ainda tem que pegar os outros finais, então não terminamos com Fata Morgana ainda. Mas, como eu falei, eu tenho... Foda-se, eu vou deixar a música tocando. Como eu falei, não é sempre, não é normal onde eu consigo passar por uma VN e conseguir, tipo, o final verdadeiro logo de cara. Porque eu sempre acabo tomando alguma decisão errada no caminho. E eu acho meio interessante como dessa vez foi uma exceção. E como eu consegui entender... eu terminei a história principal. Tipo, eu peguei o final. Tipo, o final. O final verdadeiro. E tipo, eu não acho que algumas dessas decisões eram exatamente fáceis de se fazer sem o good ending. Eu não sei se exatamente essas decisões eram fáceis de fazer. Porque, por exemplo... cadê? Nessa decisão aqui, por exemplo. não é exatamente fácil de se fazer. É tipo, pra mim foi óbvio. Ah, ok, ela se vira. Eu tenho que conhecer o caráter dela, né? Mas se for pra cá, por exemplo, eu tipo, ah não, tem que ter certeza, vai que alguma coisa acontece. Eu não sei se exatamente isso leva pra algum outro tipo de final ou algo assim, mas é uma coisa que você precisa fazer. Outra que, cadê? Leva? Então. Essa outra decisão aqui, tipo, ir pra escuridão ou empurrar o cara pro lado. Não é exatamente fácil, só que assim, esse aqui eu meio que fui instintivamente no certo. Então, eu acho interessante a forma como eu me conectei com a história do jogo de tal forma a conseguir fazer essas decisões, as decisões certas pra conseguir chegar até o final. E não é qualquer coisa que consegue me deixar absolutamente sem palavras desse jeito.
Estou contando os dias que nós passamos. O que
Até agora eu tô meio que sem palavras, sabe?
de toda calada não me deixe somente. Olha, olha,
O jogo foi feito pra você. O protagonista literalmente tem o meu nome. O meu sobrenome, no caso. Por favor.
Não me deixe um instante. Eu só tenho
Eu acho que uma coisa que a gente pode falar, que eu posso falar, é que algo assim simplesmente não existe em qualquer outra mídia, sabe? Isso é algo que você só consegue através disso. Isso é basicamente um livro em esteroides. Porque, cara, é a união entre a artwork, a história e a trilha sonora maravilhosa, cara, que faz isso ser essa obra que Fata Morgana é. E assim, o que eu posso falar sobre a construção da história é que sim, usaram tudo. E assim, eu não vou dizer que eu sou exatamente versado em visual novels, especialmente não uma visual novel pura, porque as que eu conheço são meio que visual novels misturadas com um gameplay no meio. 13 Sentinels, Somnium Files, Phoenix Wright, Danganronpa, Zero Escape, todas essas são visual novels que eu já li, só que sempre tem algum aspecto de gameplay no meio pra quebrar o ritmo entre história, exposição e, sabe, você fazer alguma coisa. Isso aqui é o caso de você ler e você lê e você às vezes escolhe, mas primariamente você lê. Tipo, é basicamente minha primeira experiência com uma visual novel pura. E desde o truque pra esconder a identidade da bicha na segunda porta até o backlog na quarta porta. É verdade, eles usaram tudo isso mesmo. Eles usaram de tudo. E é interessante porque no final do jogo eles dão a dica pra você dar uma olhada lá no backlog. E assim, pra uma visual novel pura, onde você tá lendo tudo, eles chamarem as 3 primeiras portas, ou melhor, as 4 primeiras portas, de um prólogo estendido, é fazer um absoluto desserviço em questão a escrita desse jogo. Porque quando eu penso em prólogo, sabe? Quando eu penso em um prólogo, eu penso tipo, ok, a gente tá estabelecendo aqui a história principal. Estamos aqui fazendo algo tipo o que aconteceu antes dos fatos que estão ocorrendo agora. E geralmente é algo que não leva muito tempo e tudo mais. É breve pra levar o leitor direto pro que importa, sabe? Pro núcleo da história. Essa porra é literalmente metade do jogo, fi. E o pacing é fenomenal. O pacing é incrível, como que não tem um momento sequer que fica chato de você acompanhar a história. Não tem um momento onde eu tava aqui lendo isso e pensei, nossa, cara, não, podia passar mais rápido, hein? Meu Deus, que demora. Tipo, caralho. Ontem, fi, no último capítulo, eu passei 8 horas direto nisso aqui. Você não tem como você justificar, você não tem como falar, ah não, poderia ter melhorado em alguma coisa, tipo, em questão de pacing aqui. Não tem, pra mim é perfeito, fi. Admito que a Pauline me encheu o saco na segunda porta. Eu acho que eu não tive muito problema com ela, não. Eu achei que era uma boa quebra de ritmo. Porque a segunda porta é muito pesada, sabe? Muito pesada. Então quebrar o ritmo com a Pauline sendo meio bobona e tal, eu achei bacana. A forma como eles escrevem a história e os personagens, o desenvolvimento de personagens também é algo incrível. No final da história, você consegue entender todo mundo. Você entende todo mundo, inclusive a galera que fez as piores coisas do mundo. Você pensa, porra, sabe? Não existe um preto e branco aqui. Não existe só o bem e o mal. Existe pessoas complexas e com vários motivos pra fazer as coisas que eles fizeram. Fiquei impressionado com a paciência da garota de cabelo verde e olhos vermelhos, com o Michel, que não queria matá-lo, e ela insistindo infinitamente. É a Morgana. Eu acho que você tá falando da Morgana, não? Michelle. Ah, sim. Ah, cabelo verde. Meu cabelo dela é branco. É que naquela arte parece verde. Cadê? Cadê? Lá no final. A Amy é maldade pura. É. Psicopata mesmo. Mas ela também não foi, tipo, uma personagem principal e tal. Esse é pra ser cabelo branco, aliás. Mas ficaria meio estranho branco no branco e tal, sabe? É. Mas é, assim. Foi realmente uma história que eu vou entrar no culto Fata Morgana de eu tenho que estilar isso aqui pra absolutamente todo mundo, da mesma forma como eu faço o shield de 13 Sentinels. Que, aliás, eu devo dizer que
que nós passamos o que você esconde de toda calada, não me deixe somente.
Se você gostou de Fata Morgana, você vai gostar de 13 Sentinels. Eu tenho que dizer isso.
Que você mostra-me toda gelada palavras, fez-me ficar pelas
Ah,
me deixa instante. Eu só tenho medo.
peraí. Então, o 13 Sentinels tem uma pegada de história totalmente diferente e tal, mas o desenvolvimento de personagens é muito bom também. Não é tão bom quanto Fata Morgana. Eu acho que Fata Morgana, assim, eu acho que 13 Sentinels tem muito personagem pra conseguir dar todo o tempo necessário pra todos eles, mas isso também é muito bom em questão de desenvolvimento de personagens. E a história num total é muito boa também. Então, em questões de qualidades, se gosta desse, vai gostar de 13 Sentinels, eu diria. Mas isso foi realmente uma maravilhosa experiência. E agora é ficar na hiperfixação disso aqui, escutar a trilha sonora inteira 30 mil vezes seguidas. Pular nisso. E quantas trilhas? 65? Damn. Ah, tem a letra aqui? Ah, pior que tem mesmo. Aí, ó, a música que você gosta, Rock. Aí a letra.
estou contando os dias que nós passamos. O que você esconde de toda calada, não me deixe somente. Olha, olha, já sou.
Engraçado que pra entender o que eles queriam dizer tem que ler em inglês. Liricismo. Liricismo, né? Fazer o quê?
Não me deixe um instante. Eu só tenho.
Queria ter visto de vocês jogando desde o início. Se você tiver interesse, eu faço a playlist no YouTube com todos os VODs. E tá tudo salvo. Deixa eu ver aqui, deixa eu mostrar aqui. Eu não tenho um bom jeito de mostrar. Sim, agora é ficar no hiperfoco. Agora é pensar, damn. É, ficar querendo audiodrama mesmo, entendendo japonês. Oi, aparece aí. Aí eu acho que tá no. O negócio abriu no errado. Essa seria a voz oficial da Morgana? Sabe uma coisa interessante? É tipo, a gente, sei lá, a gente às vezes tá tão acostumado com história meia boca que deixa coisa em aberto, que quando a gente vê um negócio desses aqui que consegue fechar todas as pontas, e a gente fica tipo, caraca, mano, eles conseguiram encerrar todos os laços da história. Fecharam tudo certinho.
館はあまたの運命を飲み込み存在し続けている。誰が初めに言ったのだろう。その館が呪われていると。呪われた館を舞台に繰り広げられる悲劇と絶望の西洋ロマンサスペンスホラー。さまざまなメディアミックス化を経て2014年冬ついにドラマ CD 化決定。ファタ・モルガーナの館。あなたに寄り添う音の物語第1巻。
Aliás, eu só devo dizer, não que deixar a ponta aberta seja necessariamente ruim, porque se for uma decisão de eu vou deixar isso aqui propositalmente para interpretação do leitor, aí ok, aí beleza, sabe? Mas Fata Morgana consegue fazer muito bem no trabalho de prender tudo, sabe? Fechar tudo legalzinho aí. E uma das coisas que eu gosto de julgar em questão de história é o quanto que aquela história ela consegue me fazer pensar, por exemplo, porque é uma coisa que eu gosto, ou provavelmente não só eu, mas muita gente também, é de tentar adivinhar o que vai acontecer. Que eu fiz aqui o tempo todo, tentando adivinhar o que ia acontecer no futuro e tudo mais. E não teve um momento onde o que eu fiquei decepcionado. Eu fiquei decepcionado com o que aconteceu. 2, eu achei que foi algo meio que não foi merecido ou que saiu do nada. E 3, que não foi, de alguma forma, possível de prever. Porque, obviamente, alguns dos plot twists aí foram meio zoados, sabe? Difícil de prever que ia estar acontecendo e tal. Então, eu tentei prever o melhor que eu pude. Algumas coisas eu acertei, outras coisas nem tanto, mas é parte de interpretar as histórias enquanto elas estão acontecendo, né? Mas não teve nenhum momento onde fiquei desse tipo. Na verdade, no início do capítulo 6, né, com a porta do Michel, eu fiquei tipo, sabe, quando você me falou que não explicam muito bem em relação a do porquê que o Michel, tipo, virou um homem e tal. Fiquei tipo, mas vão tirar isso do nada mesmo? Mas depois de um tempo, eu parei, eu pensei e fiquei tipo, cara, não, dá pra entender. Eu acho que isso é muito... Tá dentro do estabelecido no jogo até o ponto. Porque como é que... Sim, tá dentro da lógica do universo. Eu não posso chegar assim e achar que aquilo ali foi estranho, mas achar ao mesmo tempo que, não, que a Morgana amaldiçoar a vida dos caras é normal e que tudo isso aqui, todo o resto do negócio que é logicamente sobrenatural é aceitável e que, tipo, cai dentro de uma lógica. Então, algumas coisas foi necessário ter um pouquinho de adaptação em questão do que... De onde começa o ponto de ser meio que sobrenatural o que tá acontecendo. Porque o jogo faz um ótimo trabalho em manter muito do que acontece focado bem na realidade. Ainda mais lidando com coisa tipo das épocas que passam e tudo mais. Então, assim, foi muito interessante nesse quesito. Então, assim, cara, foi muito, foi bem escrito, foi muito bem escrito. É isso que eu tenho a dizer. Agora é passar o resto dos dias pensando nela, exato, na Morgana. E outra coisa que eu tenho que falar também. Tem algo especial nesses tipos de histórias incrivelmente trágicas, né? This truly was the house in Fata Morgana. It truly was. It truly was, all along. Eu adorei essa parte que a Morgana falou. This was the house in Fata Morgana all along. And then she cursed the people forever. Agora é então, pensar o que vai ser o próximo. Que, bom, terminar Xenogears, né? Depois iremos descobrir, eu acho. Mas é uma boa introdução ao mundo de VNs. Mal posso esperar pra jogar os outros que a galera fala tanto sobre. Como Higurashi, Clannad, Umineko, entre outros. Então é isso. 2 da manhã. Ainda demorou. Mano, pelo amor de Deus. Só um adendo antes de fechar. 8 horas ontem. 4 horas hoje. Puta que me pariu. 12 horas o último capítulo. O último capítulo mais epílogo. Porra. Porra. Como eu falei, Fata Morgana ainda não acabou, né? Eu tenho que pegar os outros finais. Eu tenho mais 3 achievements pra pegar. Que estranho. 12 de 16, mas faltam 3? Tá. Eu tenho que ver todo o backstage. Tá bom, entendi. Ok. Tá com quantas horas de jogo aí? 49. 50 agora. O último capítulo foi fucking 1/5 do jogo. Puta merda. Bom, é isso. Boa noite. É tudo que eu tenho pra falar. Uau. Os últimos são bem grandes. Metade do jogo. Os últimos capítulos, metade do jogo. Jesus Christ. Falou. Uau.